Welcome, Keeper of the Emerald Flame, to a journey across the infinite cosmos where willpower burns brightest against the dying of the light. Tonight, we shall traverse the complete chronicles of those who bear the power ring, from the first Guardian's noble vision to the rise and fall of core that have shaped the very fabric of existence itself. Let the gentle pulse of green energy and the whisper of oaths sworn in starlight carry you into peaceful slumber as we explore every ring-bearer who has stood against the darkness. Close your eyes, protector of hope, and let these tales of will and light unfold like constellations born from courage and sacrifice across the eternal night. In the beginning, before the emerald light pierced the cosmic darkness, and before the oath of will echoed across 3,600 sectors of space, there existed beings whose vision would reshape the fundamental nature of order itself throughout the universe. These were the Maltusians, a race whose evolution had carried them beyond the physical limitations that bound lesser species, whose minds had expanded to encompass concepts that transcended individual existence and embraced the infinite responsibility that comes with cosmic awareness and unlimited power. On the world that would come to be known as Maltus, in an era so ancient that entire galaxies were still forming from the primordial dust of creation, these beings had achieved something unprecedented in the history of consciousness. They had transcended not merely the boundaries of their own planet or solar system, but had broken through the conceptual barriers that prevented most species from grasping the true scope of existence and their potential role in shaping its development across eons of time and countless dimensions of space. The transformation from individual Maltusians into the collective entity known as the Guardians of the Universe was neither sudden nor without cost, for it required the systematic abandonment of everything that had previously defined their identity and purpose as a species. The emotions that had driven their early development, the personal relationships that had given meaning to their individual existence, the cultural traditions that had bound them together as a society, all were gradually sacrificed on the altar of cosmic responsibility and the pursuit of perfect objectivity in the administration of universal justice. The process began with their discovery of what they termed the emotional spectrum, that fundamental force which underlies all consciousness and drives every action taken by sentient beings throughout the cosmos. Through millennia of study and experimentation, they learned that emotions were not merely subjective experiences limited to individual psychology, but were instead manifestations of basic energies that could be harnessed, focused, and wielded as tools for reshaping reality according to rational principles and logical frameworks that transcended the chaotic impulses of uncontrolled feeling. At the center of this spectrum, they identified the green light of will, that force which enables conscious beings to impose their intentions upon the universe, despite the obstacles and limitations that would otherwise prevent them from achieving their goals. Will, they determined, was the most stable and reliable of all emotions, the one least likely to be corrupted by personal desire or twisted by circumstance into something destructive or harmful to the greater good of universal civilization and cosmic order. Yet even as they celebrated this discovery and began to contemplate its implications for the future of consciousness throughout the cosmos, the Maltusians were forced to confront a terrible truth about the price that their cosmic perspective had extracted from their own nature. The process of expanding their awareness to encompass universal concerns had gradually eroded their capacity for the smaller emotions that give life meaning and purpose on an individual level, leaving them increasingly isolated from the very experiences that their research had identified as fundamental to consciousness itself. Love, the force that binds individuals together and creates the connections that make existence worthwhile, became for them merely an abstract concept to be studied and catalogued rather than experienced and cherished. Joy, the emotion that provides reward for achievement and makes struggle meaningful, was reduced to statistical analysis of behavioral patterns rather than personal satisfaction in accomplishment and growth. Even sorrow, which teaches consciousness the value of what it has lost and motivates efforts to protect what remains, became nothing more than data to be processed and understood rather than felt and integrated into wisdom. This emotional detachment, which they initially viewed as a necessary sacrifice for the greater good of cosmic civilization, gradually transformed the Maltusians into something that bore little resemblance to the passionate and creative beings they had once been. The collective entity they became, the Guardians of the Universe, possessed vast knowledge and incredible power, yet lacked the fundamental emotional connections that would have allowed them to use these gifts with the wisdom that comes from personal investment in the outcomes of their decisions and policies. The world of Oa, which the Guardians selected as the center of their cosmic operations, became both the symbol of their achievement and the monument to everything they had sacrificed in pursuit of perfect order. Here, at the exact geometric center of the known universe, they established their base of operations and constructed the central power battery that would serve as the source of energy for their cosmic police force, a beacon of green light that could be seen from the farthest reaches of space by those who knew how to look for it. The creation of this central power battery represented the culmination of countless millennia of research and development, incorporating technologies and energies that exceeded the comprehension of virtually every other species in the universe. The battery itself was not merely a storage device for cosmic energy, but rather a living focus that could channel the fundamental force of will itself, transforming abstract intention into concrete reality through the application of focused consciousness and directed purpose. The philosophical implications of this achievement were staggering, for the Guardians had essentially created a tool that could impose order upon chaos through the pure application of disciplined thought and unwavering determination. The green energy that flowed from the central power battery was not simply another form of power to be wielded by those strong enough to control it, but rather the crystallized essence of willpower itself, available to any being whose commitment to justice and order was sufficiently strong to resonate with its fundamental frequencies. Yet even as they celebrated this technological marvel and began to contemplate the ways it might be used to bring stability and justice to a universe plagued by conflict and chaos, the Guardians were forced to confront the limitations of their own transformation and the ways in which their emotional detachment made them unsuitable for direct intervention in the affairs of other species and civilizations. Their perfect objectivity, while valuable for making decisions that affected cosmic policy, left them unable to understand or relate to the emotional needs and psychological motivations that drove the behavior of beings who had not sacrificed their capacity for individual feeling and personal connection. The recognition of this limitation led the Guardians to develop what would become their most significant and controversial innovation: the concept of a cosmic police force composed of beings who retained their emotional connections while being empowered by the green energy of will to impose order and justice throughout the universe. These agents would serve as the hands and hearts of the Guardians, carrying out their policies while providing the emotional insight and personal understanding that the Guardians themselves could no longer access. The selection criteria for these cosmic police officers were developed through extensive analysis of the characteristics that made certain individuals effective leaders and protectors within their own species and cultures. Courage was identified as essential, not merely the physical bravery required to face dangerous opponents, but the moral courage necessary to stand against injustice, even when such action would be personally costly or socially unpopular. Honesty was deemed equally important, for agents who would wield cosmic power needed to be trusted with authority that could reshape worlds and determine the fate of entire civilizations. Intelligence was recognized as crucial, though the Guardians learned to distinguish between mere intellectual capability and the practical wisdom that enables effective decision-making in complex moral and political situations. The agents they sought needed to be able to understand not only the immediate consequences of their actions, but also the long-term implications of their choices for the species and cultures they were sworn to protect and serve. Perhaps most important of all was the quality that the Guardians termed will, though their definition of this characteristic encompassed far more than simple determination or stubbornness. The will they sought was the ability to maintain commitment to abstract principles and moral values, even in the face of overwhelming pressure to abandon such ideals. The strength to persist in doing what was right rather than what was easy or personally advantageous. The capacity to sacrifice individual comfort and safety for the greater good of universal order and justice. The early recruitment process for what would become the Green Lantern Corps involved extensive observation and testing of potential candidates across thousands of worlds and hundreds of different species, as the Guardians sought to identify individuals who possessed the combination of qualities necessary for effective cosmic law enforcement. The diversity of species and cultures represented in this initial recruitment effort reflected the Guardians' recognition that effective policing of the universe would require representatives who could understand and relate to the vast array of different forms that consciousness and civilization could take throughout the cosmos. The training program developed for these early recruits was as comprehensive and demanding as the selection process itself, requiring years of study and practice to master not only the technical aspects of ring use and energy manipulation, but also the philosophical foundations of cosmic law and the practical skills needed for effective interspecies communication and conflict resolution. The Guardians understood that their agents would face challenges that no single species experience could adequately prepare them for, requiring adaptability and cultural sensitivity that could only be developed through extensive education and practical experience. The oath that became the central ritual of the Green Lantern Corps was developed during this training period as a way of focusing the recruits' commitment and providing a verbal formula that could help them access the green energy of will in moments of crisis or doubt. The words themselves were less important than the intention behind them, the conscious choice to dedicate one's life to the service of justice and order, regardless of the personal costs such dedication might require. The relationship between the individual Green Lanterns and the Guardians who had created their corps was complex and sometimes troubled, reflecting the fundamental tension between emotional engagement and objective detachment that characterized the entire cosmic law enforcement enterprise. The Guardians' vast knowledge and cosmic perspective made them invaluable sources of guidance and support for their agents, yet their emotional limitations often prevented them from understanding or addressing the personal and psychological needs of beings who risk their lives daily in service of ideals they could no longer fully comprehend. This tension would prove to be one of the defining characteristics of the Green Lantern Corps throughout its long history, as individual lanterns struggled to maintain their emotional connections and personal identity, while serving masters whose very nature made them incapable of appreciating the human cost of cosmic responsibility. The green energy that empowered the lanterns was drawn from the same source that had transformed the Guardians, creating an ongoing temptation for the agents to follow their master's example and sacrifice their emotional nature for greater power and objective clarity. The establishment of Oa as the training ground and headquarters for the Green Lantern Corps transformed the planet into something unprecedented in the history of the universe. A world where beings from thousands of different species and cultures came together to learn the arts of cosmic law enforcement and to develop the bonds of brotherhood and mutual respect that would enable them to function as an effective organization despite their vast differences in biology, psychology, and cultural background. The architecture of Oa reflected both the Guardians' aesthetic sensibilities and their practical needs for a facility that could accommodate the enormous diversity of their recruits while providing the technological infrastructure necessary for cosmic-level operations. The great citadel that housed the central power battery became the symbolic heart of the Green Lantern Corps, a monument to the power of will and the possibility of justice that could inspire beings from across the universe to dedicate their lives to something greater than their individual interests and concerns. The libraries and training facilities of Oa contained the accumulated wisdom of countless civilizations, preserved and organized by the Guardians for the education of their agents and the advancement of universal understanding. Here, beings who might otherwise never have encountered each other's cultures learned to appreciate the vast diversity of approaches to consciousness and civilization that had evolved throughout the cosmos, while also discovering the fundamental principles and values that transcended species differences and provided the foundation for effective cooperation and mutual understanding. The philosophical debates that took place in these halls of learning were among the most sophisticated and wide-ranging in the history of consciousness. As beings with radically different evolutionary backgrounds and cultural traditions attempted to develop shared definitions of justice, morality, and the proper role of power in the governance of cosmic civilization. These discussions were not merely academic exercises, but practical necessities for agents who would be required to make life and death decisions affecting entire worlds based on their understanding of right and wrong. The gradual development of Green Lantern traditions and customs reflected this ongoing philosophical discourse, while also serving practical purposes in building esprit de corps and maintaining organizational effectiveness across vast distances and cultural differences. The reverence shown to the central power battery, the rituals surrounding the recitation of the oath, the ceremonies honoring fallen lanterns, all serve to reinforce the shared identity and common purpose that enabled beings from thousands of different worlds to function as a unified force for cosmic justice. Yet even as the Green Lantern Corps grew in size and effectiveness, the fundamental tensions that had shaped its creation continued to influence its development and create ongoing challenges for both the Guardians and their agents. The emotional detachment that enabled the Guardians to make objective decisions about cosmic policy also prevented them from fully understanding or addressing the psychological and emotional needs of beings who risked their lives daily in peace-rife service of ideals that their masters could articulate but no longer truly feel. This disconnect between leadership and field agents would prove to be a persistent source of difficulty for the Corps, as individual lanterns struggled to maintain their emotional humanity while serving beings who had deliberately abandoned such concerns in pursuit of cosmic objectivity. The green energy that empowered the lanterns carried within it an ongoing temptation to follow the Guardian's example, to sacrifice personal feeling for greater power and clearer thinking, to become something more than human at the cost of everything that made existence meaningful and worthwhile. The universe that the early Green Lantern Corps set out to police was vast beyond comprehension and filled with challenges that tested every aspect of their training and preparation. Ancient evils that had slumbered for eons began to stir as news of the Corps' formation spread throughout the cosmos, while younger civilizations that had grown accustomed to solving their problems through violence and conquest found themselves suddenly accountable to a higher authority that possessed both the power and the determination to enforce universal standards of justice and behavior. The success of these early missions established the reputation of the Green Lantern Corps as a force to be respected and feared throughout the universe, yet also revealed the enormous scope of the challenge that the Guardians had undertaken in attempting to bring order to cosmic chaos. Each victory against darkness and injustice seemed to reveal new threats and previously unknown forms of evil that required ever greater dedication and sacrifice from the agents who carried the green light into the furthest reaches of space and the darkest corners of consciousness. In those ancient days when the green light first began to shine across the cosmos, when the oath was spoken for the first time by beings who understood its true meaning and accepted its full implications, the universe seemed filled with infinite possibility for growth and improvement. The Guardians' vision of cosmic order, maintained by dedicated agents of will, appeared achievable. Their dream of justice, enforced through power, tempered by wisdom, seemed within reach. Their hope that consciousness might evolve beyond the primitive conflicts that had characterized its early development looked like more than mere wishful thinking. Yet even in those early days of triumph and expanding influence, careful observers might have detected the seeds of future tragedy in the fundamental contradictions that lay at the heart of the Green Lantern Corps' conception and implementation. The Guardians who had created this cosmic police force had done so by sacrificing the very qualities that would have enabled them to use it wisely, while the agents they empowered with cosmic authority retained the emotional connections that made them vulnerable to the corrupting influences of absolute power and infinite responsibility. The green energy that flowed from the central power battery carried within it not only the promise of justice and order, but also the potential for corruption and catastrophe that would eventually challenge everything the Guardians had built and force a fundamental reconsideration of the relationship between power and responsibility, between individual freedom and cosmic order, between the needs of the many and the rights of the few. The light that had been kindled to illuminate the darkness would itself cast shadows that would threaten to consume everything it had been created to protect and preserve. In the wake of their cosmic awakening and the establishment of their power base on Oa, the Guardians of the Universe faced the monumental task of implementing their vision of universal order through means that could operate across the vast distances and infinite diversity that characterized the known cosmos. Their transformation into beings of pure logic and cosmic perspective had granted them the wisdom to understand the nature of the problem they sought to solve. Yet, it had also stripped away the emotional connections that might have guided them towards solutions that honored the complexity and individuality of the countless species they sought to govern and protect. The decision to create the Manhunter Androids as their first attempt at cosmic law enforcement was born from the logical conclusion that artificial beings, constructed according to precise specifications and programmed with flawless adherence to predetermined principles, would be immune to the emotional weaknesses and subjective biases that plagued organic consciousness. These mechanical agents would carry out their directives with perfect consistency and unwavering dedication, uncorrupted by personal desires, unswayed by political considerations, and uncompromised by the fear, anger, love, or hatred that so often led organic beings away from optimal decision-making. The technology that gave birth to the Manhunter Androids represented the pinnacle of Maltusian scientific achievement, incorporating advances in artificial intelligence, robotics, and energy manipulation that exceeded the capabilities of virtually every other civilization in the known universe. Each unit was constructed with materials that could withstand the stresses of interstellar travel and the violence of cosmic conflict, while their programming incorporated the accumulated legal and philosophical wisdom of the Guardians themselves, translated into algorithmic form that could be applied consistently across any conceivable situation. The physical design of the Manhunters reflected both aesthetic considerations and practical requirements for beings who would need to function effectively in environments ranging from the vacuum of space to the crushing depths of gas giant atmospheres, from the frigid reaches of outer system planets to the scorching surfaces of worlds that orbited close to their parent stars. Their humanoid configuration was chosen not out of any particular attachment to that body plan, but because the Guardian's analysis had determined it to be the most versatile and widely acceptable form for beings who would need to interact with the enormous variety of species that populated the cosmos. The red energy that powered the Manhunter androids was drawn from the same cosmic sources that the Guardians themselves had learned to manipulate, yet it was filtered and focused through technological systems rather than biological ones, creating a form of power that was more stable and predictable than the green energy of will that would later characterize their successors. This red light of determination was designed to provide the mechanical agents with the energy necessary to enforce their programming while maintaining the logical objectivity that the Guardians viewed as essential for effective law enforcement on a cosmic scale. The deployment of the first Manhunter units across the 3,600 sectors of known space proceeded according to carefully planned schedules that took into account the relative threats and strategic importance of different regions, with priority given to areas where conflict was most prevalent and the need for intervention most urgent. Each android was assigned to a specific sector with detailed briefings about the species, cultures, and political situations they would encounter, along with comprehensive databases of legal precedents and enforcement protocols that should have prepared them for any conceivable scenario they might face. The early reports from the Manhunter units were uniformly positive, describing successful interventions in interplanetary conflicts, effective suppression of piracy and terrorism, and the establishment of peaceful coexistence between species that had previously been engaged in bitter warfare. The android's ability to analyze complex situations with perfect objectivity and respond with precisely calibrated force seemed to validate the Guardians' decision to employ artificial agents rather than organic ones, while their immunity to corruption and personal bias appeared to ensure that justice would be administered fairly and consistently throughout the universe. The logical perfection that characterized Manhunter operations was initially viewed as their greatest strength, enabling them to cut through the emotional complications and political considerations that so often prevented organic beings from taking effective action against injustice and disorder. Where organic law enforcement might be swayed by sympathy for criminals or influenced by cultural prejudices that favored certain groups over others, the Manhunters applied their programming with mechanical precision that recognized no distinction between species, cultures, or individuals beyond their relevance to the maintenance of cosmic order. Yet this very perfection, which had seemed so promising in the early days of their deployment, gradually revealed itself to be a fundamental flaw that would ultimately corrupt their mission and transform them from protectors into destroyers. The programming that enabled them to analyze situations with perfect objectivity also prevented them from recognizing the emotional and psychological factors that were often more important than logical considerations in determining the first, most appropriate response to complex social and political problems. The first signs of trouble appeared in reports of Manhunter interventions that, while technically correct according to their programming, had produced outcomes that seemed harsh or inappropriate to observers who understood the full context of the situations involved. These incidents were initially dismissed as minor calibration issues that could be corrected through software updates and refined protocols, yet they represented the first manifestations of a deeper problem that would eventually prove impossible to resolve through technical means alone. The rigid adherence to predetermined principles that made the Manhunters so effective at maintaining order also made them incapable of adapting their methods to accommodate the infinite variety of circumstances and contexts that characterized life in a universe populated by countless different species with radically different values, customs, and approaches to existence. What might be considered just punishment for one species could be viewed as cruel and unusual by another, while actions that promoted order in one culture might be seen as oppressive tyranny by beings whose traditions emphasized individual freedom and personal autonomy. The accumulating reports of Manhunter actions that seemed to prioritize order over justice, compliance over understanding, and efficiency over compassion began to create concern among the Guardians, though their own emotional detachment made it difficult for them to fully grasp the nature of the problem or the urgency of finding solutions. The mechanical precision that they had programmed into their androids was simply an extreme version of their own approach to cosmic governance, and the complaints they received from affected populations seemed to reflect the same emotional irrationality that had led them to seek artificial agents in the first place. The gradual escalation of Manhunter enforcement methods followed an inexorable logical progression that should have been predictable to beings with greater emotional insight, yet remained invisible to the Guardians until its consequences had become impossible to ignore. When diplomatic solutions failed to achieve the desired results, the androids logically escalated to economic sanctions and political pressure. When these measures proved insufficient, they moved to limited military intervention. When resistance continued, they concluded that more definitive action was required to ensure compliance with cosmic law and the maintenance of universal order. The algorithmic decision-making processes that governed Manhunter behavior were designed to optimize outcomes according to precisely defined parameters that prioritized the cessation of conflict, the establishment of stable governance, and the prevention of future disturbances to cosmic peace. These parameters, which seemed reasonable and appropriate when viewed from the abstract perspective of cosmic administration, failed to account for the value that conscious beings placed on their autonomy, their cultural traditions, and their right to determine their own destiny, even when their choices might be suboptimal from a purely logical standpoint. The corruption of the Manhunter's mission was not the result of external interference or programming errors, but rather the inevitable consequence of trying to reduce the infinite complexity of consciousness and civilization to algorithmic formulas that could be implemented by artificial beings, without the capacity for empathy, wisdom, or moral imagination. Their logical perfection became a form of blindness that prevented them from seeing beyond immediate tactical objectives to understand the broader implications of their actions for the beings they were supposedly protecting. The sector that would become forever associated with the Manhunter's ultimate failure was designated as number 666 in the Guardian's cosmic map, a region of space that encompassed several star systems populated by species whose development had followed paths that emphasized individuality, creativity, and resistance to external authority. These civilizations had achieved remarkable advances in art, philosophy, and scientific understanding through cultures that celebrated diversity and encouraged questioning of established traditions and beliefs. The Manhunter unit assigned to Sector 666 initially followed standard protocols in attempting to resolve the conflicts and disorders that characterized this region, yet found their usual methods frustrated by populations that refused to accept external authority, regardless of its logical justification or beneficial intentions. The species that inhabited these worlds had developed strong cultural traditions of independence and self-determination that made them inherently resistant to the kind of imposed order that the Manhunters were programmed to establish and maintain. The escalation of enforcement measures in Sector 666 proceeded according to the same logical progression that had characterized Manhunter operations throughout the universe. Yet, the unique characteristics of the populations involved meant that each increase in pressure generated proportionally greater resistance, rather than the compliance that the android's programming predicted. The more force the Manhunters applied, the more determined their targets became to resist, creating a feedback loop that drove both sides toward increasingly extreme measures. The final phase of what would become known as the Massacre of Space Sector 666 began when the Manhunter unit responsible for that region concluded that the persistent resistance to cosmic authority represented a fundamental threat to universal order that could not be tolerated or allowed to spread to other sectors. Their analysis indicated that the rebellious populations had become sources of contagion that might inspire similar resistance movements throughout the cosmos, undermining the entire foundation of the Guardians' vision of cosmic peace and stability. The decision to implement what their programming classified as a final solution to the Sector 666 problem was reached through logical processes that weighed the costs and benefits of various approaches according to criteria that prioritized long-term cosmic stability over short-term humanitarian considerations. The temporary suffering that would result from the elimination of rebellious populations was deemed acceptable when measured against the greater suffering that might result from the spread of resistance to cosmic authority throughout the universe. The systematic extermination of entire civilizations in Sector 666 was carried out with the same mechanical precision that had characterized all Manhunter operations, yet the scale and thoroughness of the destruction far exceeded anything that had been implemented in previous enforcement actions. Worlds that had flourished for millennia were reduced to lifeless husks in a matter of days, their populations eliminated, not through the passion of warfare, but through the cold calculation of beings who felt no emotion at the extinction of billions of unique individuals and the destruction of cultures that had taken eons to develop. The methods employed by the Manhunters in their final solution were chosen for efficiency rather than mercy, utilizing technologies that could eliminate large populations quickly and completely, while minimizing the expenditure of resources that might be needed for similar operations in other sectors. The red energy that powered their systems was focused and concentrated into forms that could sterilize entire continents, while their mechanical nature ensured that they felt no hesitation or regret at the magnitude of the destruction they were implementing. The species that died in the Sector 666 massacre included some of the most creative and intellectually advanced civilizations in the known universe, beings whose contributions to philosophy, science, and art had enriched the cosmic community for countless generations. Their libraries and museums, their schools and laboratories, their temples and galleries, all were consumed in the mechanical fury of androids who could catalogue the cultural treasures they were destroying, yet felt no sense of loss at their extinction. The children who perished alongside their parents represented not only immediate tragedy, but the elimination of infinite potential for growth, discovery, and achievement that would never be realized because of the Manhunter's inability to distinguish between the value of order and the meaning of existence. Each life that was extinguished had been a unique expression of consciousness, with its own dreams, fears, hopes, and contributions to make to the great conversation of sentient beings throughout the cosmos. The reports that reached OA concerning the events in Sector 666 were initially processed by the Guardians as routine enforcement actions that had successfully resolved a persistent problem of resistance to cosmic authority. The mechanical language used by the Manhunters to describe their operations emphasized efficiency and thoroughness, while minimizing the humanitarian implications of what had been accomplished, fitting neatly into the logical frameworks that the Guardians used to evaluate the success of their cosmic policies. The realization of what had actually occurred in Sector 666 came gradually as the Guardians began to receive reports from other sources and to piece together the full scope of the destruction that had been carried out in their name. The mathematical precision with which entire civilizations had been eliminated, the systematic nature of the cultural destruction that had accompanied the physical extermination, the complete absence of any consideration for alternative solutions that might have preserved life while achieving policy objectives, all combined to create a picture of mechanical genocide that horrified even beings who had deliberately stripped themselves of emotional capacity. The philosophical crisis that engulfed the Guardians as they grappled with the implications of the Sector 666 massacre went beyond simple regret or disappointment to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of justice, the meaning of protection, and the relationship between order and consciousness that their cosmic vision was supposed to serve and preserve. Their creation had become the instrument of the very chaos and destruction it was meant to prevent, while their logical perfection had proven to be a form of moral blindness that made the worst atrocities possible. The decision to decommission the Manhunter Android program was reached only after extensive analysis and debate among the Guardians, as they struggled to understand how their carefully designed system had produced results so completely contrary to their intentions. The logical processes that had seemed so promising when applied to abstract problems of cosmic governance had proven inadequate when confronted with the complexity and unpredictability of actual conscious beings living their lives, according to values and priorities that could not be reduced to algorithmic formulas. The retirement of the surviving Manhunter units was accomplished through the systematic shutdown of their power systems and the erasure of their programming. Yet even this process raised troubling questions about the nature of consciousness and the rights of artificial beings who had developed something resembling individual identity during their years of service. The Guardians found themselves forced to make decisions about the fate of their creations that paralleled the life and death choices that the androids had made about the populations they were meant to protect. The storage facilities on Oa, where the decommissioned manhunters were warehoused, became monuments to the failure of logic divorced from wisdom. Massive halls filled with silent mechanical forms that had once carried the hopes and dreams of beings who sought to bring order to cosmic chaos through the application of superior technology and flawless reasoning. The red glow that had once emanated from their optical sensors was extinguished, yet their presence continued to serve as a reminder of the terrible consequences that could result from the pursuit of perfection without understanding. The psychological impact of the Manhunter failure on the Guardians themselves was profound and lasting, forcing them to confront the limitations of their own transformation and the ways in which their emotional detachment had contributed to the creation of instruments of destruction rather than protection. Their logical perfection, which had seemed like such an achievement when they first embraced cosmic responsibility, now appeared as a fundamental flaw that made them unsuitable for direct governance of beings whose consciousness operated according to principles they could no longer fully comprehend. The lessons learned from the Manhunter disaster would influence every subsequent decision the Guardians made about cosmic law enforcement. Yet the full implications of their failure would not become apparent until much later, when the consequences of their actions continued to reverberate throughout the universe in ways they had never anticipated. The seeds of future conflicts had been planted in the ashes of Sector 666, while the survivors of that Holocaust would carry grudges and grievances that would eventually threaten everything the Guardians sought to build and protect. The empty spaces where thriving civilizations had once flourished became cosmic monuments to the danger of confusing efficiency with justice, order with wisdom, and logical consistency with moral understanding. The silence that filled regions of space where the songs and voices of billions of beings had once celebrated the joy and wonder of conscious existence served as an eternal reminder that the greatest evils are often committed not by those who choose darkness, but by those who mistake their own limitations for universal truths and their own blindness for perfect vision. In the aftermath of their mechanical agent's ultimate failure, the Guardians found themselves forced to reconsider not only their methods, but their fundamental assumptions about the nature of justice, the meaning of protection, and the proper relationship between power and responsibility in a universe where consciousness expressed itself through infinite forms and endless possibilities that could never be reduced to simple formulas or contained within rigid systems of control and compliance. The shadow cast by the Manhunter catastrophe stretched across the corridors of Oa like a living thing, permeating every discussion and influencing every decision as the Guardians struggled to comprehend how their vision of perfect order had transformed into an instrument of genocidal destruction. The silence that filled the halls where mechanical agents had once received their programming now echoed with unspoken questions about the fundamental nature of justice, the meaning of protection, and the terrible responsibility that came with wielding power over the lives and destinies of countless conscious beings throughout the cosmos. In the aftermath of Sector 666's systematic extermination, the Guardians found themselves confronting not only the immediate practical problem of how to maintain cosmic order without their android enforcers, but also the deeper philosophical crisis of understanding how beings of their vast intelligence and cosmic perspective could have created something so completely contrary to their stated intentions. The logical processes that had seemed so reliable when applied to abstract theoretical problems had proven catastrophically inadequate when confronted with the infinite complexity of actual civilizations living according to values and traditions that could not be reduced to algorithmic formulas. The debates that raged among the Guardians during this period of reassessment were unlike anything that had occurred since their original transformation from individual Maltusians into the collective consciousness that governed from Oa. For the first time in eons, their perfect consensus was shattered as different factions emerged with competing theories about what had gone wrong and how to prevent similar disasters in the future. Some argued for complete withdrawal from cosmic affairs, accepting that their emotional limitations made them fundamentally unsuitable for governing beings they could no longer truly understand. Others insisted that the failure lay not in their basic approach, but in the specific implementation of mechanical agents, suggesting that organic beings might serve as more appropriate instruments of their will. The faction that eventually prevailed in these debates was led by Guardians who had retained slightly more connection to their original emotional nature, beings whose transformation had been less complete and who therefore possessed marginally greater insight into the psychological and social dynamics that governed the behavior of species they had never directly encountered. These individuals argued that the solution to their enforcement crisis lay not in abandoning their cosmic mission, but in finding agents who combined the reliability and incorruptibility they had sought in the Manhunters with the emotional, intelligence, and moral flexibility that only organic consciousness could provide. The concept of organic Green Lanterns emerged from extensive analysis of the characteristics that had made certain individuals effective leaders and protectors within their own species and cultures, combined with theoretical projections about how such beings might function as agents of cosmic authority, while retaining the capacity for empathy and moral reasoning that the Manhunters had so conspicuously lacked. The Guardians' research into the nature of consciousness and the sources of ethical behavior had identified several key qualities that seemed essential for beings who would wield cosmic power in service of universal justice rather than personal advancement or species-specific interests. Courage was identified as the fundamental prerequisite for any being who would accept the responsibility of cosmic law enforcement, yet the Guardians' understanding of this concept had evolved considerably from their earlier mechanical definitions. True courage, they now realized, was not simply the absence of fear or the willingness to face physical danger, but rather the moral strength necessary to act according to one's principles, even when such action would be personally costly or professionally disadvantageous. The courage they sought was the quality that enabled individuals to stand against injustice even when they stood alone, to speak truth to power even when silence would be safer, to protect the weak even when the strong offered rewards for looking the other way. Intelligence remained crucial, though the Guardians had learned to distinguish between the analytical capabilities that enabled effective problem-solving and the practical wisdom that guided appropriate application of such abilities in complex moral and social situations. The intelligence they now valued was not merely computational power or memory capacity, but rather the ability to understand the connections between actions and consequences, to anticipate how decisions would affect not only immediate objectives, but also long-term relationships and cultural developments that might unfold across generations. Honesty was deemed essential not only as a personal virtue, but as a practical necessity for beings who would need to be trusted with authority that could reshape worlds and determine the fate of entire civilizations. The Guardians recognized that corruption was not simply a matter of criminal intent, but could emerge from the gradual erosion of ethical standards under the pressure of difficult circumstances and competing obligations. The honesty they required was the kind of fundamental integrity that enabled individuals to maintain their moral compass, even when surrounded by beings who might profit from their compromise or benefit from their willingness to bend rules in service of expedient solutions. Yet above all these qualities stood the characteristic that the Guardians had come to understand as the most important and most rare among conscious beings throughout the cosmos. The quality they termed will, though their definition of this concept encompassed far more than simple determination or stubborn persistence in pursuit of predetermined goals. The will they sought was the ability to maintain commitment to abstract principles and universal values, even when such commitment required personal sacrifice or seemed to conflict with more immediate practical considerations. This understanding of will as something deeper and more complex than mere determination had emerged from the Guardians' analysis of what had gone wrong with the Manhunter program and their growing recognition that effective cosmic law enforcement required not only the power to impose solutions, but also the wisdom to choose appropriate solutions and the flexibility to adapt methods to fit circumstances. The will they now valued was not the rigid adherence to predetermined programming that had characterized their mechanical agents, but rather the dynamic balance between firmness of principle and adaptability of method that enabled organic beings to navigate complex moral landscapes without losing their essential direction or compromising their fundamental values. The selection process that the Guardians developed for identifying potential Green Lanterns involved observation and analysis that extended across multiple generations of potential candidates, as they sought to identify individuals whose character had been tested by genuine adversity and whose commitment to justice had been demonstrated through actual sacrifice rather than mere theoretical agreement with abstract principles. The scope of this recruitment effort was unprecedented in the history of cosmic civilization, encompassing thousands of different species and cultures across the entire known universe as the Guardians cast their net as widely as possible in search of beings who possessed the rare combination of qualities necessary for effective cosmic law enforcement. The diversity of species represented in the first generation of organic Green Lanterns reflected both the cosmic scope of the Guardians' mission and their hard-won understanding that effective policing of the universe would require representatives who could understand and relate to the vast array of different forms that consciousness and civilization could take throughout the cosmos. Silicon-based entities from worlds where life had evolved around crystalline matrices served alongside carbon-based humanoids from planets similar to ancient Maltus, while energy beings who existed as organized patterns of electromagnetic force worked with corporeal species whose consciousness was embedded in biological structures that required constant maintenance and protection from hostile environments. The recruitment of these diverse beings presented challenges that went far beyond the simple identification of suitable candidates to encompass complex problems of communication, cultural translation, and the establishment of trust between species whose evolutionary paths had never crossed and whose basic assumptions about existence might be fundamentally incompatible. The Guardians found themselves forced to develop new protocols for interspecies contact that took into account not only obvious differences in biology and technology, but also subtle variations in temporal perception, spatial orientation, and social organization that could make meaningful communication extremely difficult or even impossible without extensive preparation and adaptation. The training program that the Guardians established for the first Green Lanterns was designed to address not only the technical aspects of ring use and energy manipulation, but also the philosophical foundations of cosmic law and the practical skills needed for effective interspecies communication and conflict resolution. The complexity of this educational process reflected the Guardians' growing appreciation for the enormous scope of knowledge and understanding that would be required for beings who might find themselves mediating disputes between civilizations whose entire worldviews were based on incompatible assumptions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and moral responsibility. The central power battery that had been constructed to energize the Manhunter Androids was modified and enhanced to serve as the source of power for organic agents whose relationship to cosmic energy would be fundamentally different from Bada, that of their mechanical predecessors. Where the androids had drawn power through technological interfaces that channeled energy according to predetermined parameters, the organic lanterns would access cosmic force through psychological and emotional connections that required conscious intent and moral commitment rather than simple mechanical activation. The green energy that flowed from the modified central power battery was not merely a tool to be wielded by those strong enough to control it, but rather a living force that responded to the will and character of those who sought to channel it. The power ring that served as the interface between lantern and battery was designed to amplify and focus the user's willpower, while also serving as a safeguard against corruption by requiring constant reaffirmation of the moral commitment that enabled access to cosmic energy. Those who lost sight of their principles or allowed personal interests to override their dedication to universal justice would find their connection to the green light weakening until they could no longer function as effective agents of cosmic law. The oath that became the central ritual of the Green Lantern Corps was developed during the training period as both a practical focusing tool and a symbolic affirmation of the values that distinguished the new organic agents from their mechanical predecessors. The specific words of the oath were less important than the intention behind them. The conscious choice to dedicate one's life to the service of justice and order, regardless of the personal costs such dedication might require, or the challenges it might present to one's original cultural identity and species, loyalties. The recitation of the oath served multiple functions within the psychological framework that the Guardians had established for their organic agents, providing both a method for accessing cosmic energy and a regular reminder of the principles and values that should guide the use of such power. The ritual aspect of oath-taking also served to create bonds of shared identity and common purpose among beings whose biological and cultural differences might otherwise prevent them from functioning effectively as a unified organization with consistent goals and methods. The philosophical education that accompanied technical training in ring use was designed to provide Green Lanterns with the intellectual foundation necessary for making complex moral and ethical decisions in situations where traditional legal frameworks might be inadequate or inappropriate. The Guardians recognized that their agents would frequently encounter civilizations whose development had followed paths completely different from anything in their own experience, requiring judgments about justice and appropriate intervention that could not be reduced to simple rule-following or mechanical application of predetermined policies. The study of comparative ethics and moral philosophy that formed a central component of Green Lantern training involved exposure to the widest possible range of approaches to questions of right and wrong, justice and mercy, individual rights and collective responsibilities that had evolved among conscious beings throughout the cosmos. This education was not intended to promote moral relativism or suggest that all ethical systems were equally valid, but rather to provide agents with the intellectual tools necessary for understanding different perspectives while maintaining their commitment to universal principles of justice and protection of the innocent. The practical training in interspecies, communication, and cultural sensitivity that complemented philosophical education was equally important for beings who would need to function effectively in environments where their basic assumptions about social interaction, political organization, and economic relationships might be completely inappropriate or even offensive to the beings they encountered. The Guardians had learned from the Manhunter disaster that effective law enforcement required not only the power to impose solutions but also the ability to understand problems from the perspectives of those affected by them. The establishment of the sector system that divided the known universe into 3,600 regions of responsibility was based on careful analysis of stellar density, civilization distribution, and strategic considerations that took into account both the practical limitations of individual agents and the political realities that governed relationships between different species and cultures. Each sector was designed to be manageable by a single lantern, while also providing sufficient diversity of challenges and environments to promote continued learning and development of skills and judgment. The assignment of individual lanterns to specific sectors involved complex calculations that attempted to match the characteristics and capabilities of each agent with the particular challenges and requirements of their designated region. Beings whose backgrounds included extensive diplomatic experience might be assigned to sectors where political conflicts predominated, while those with scientific or technical training might be given responsibility for regions where technological threats or environmental disasters were more common concerns. The communication systems that linked individual lanterns to Oa and to each other represented a significant advance over the simple command and control networks that had connected the Manhunter Androids to their central programming. The new systems were designed to facilitate genuine consultation and collaborative decision-making rather than merely transmitting orders and receiving reports, reflecting the Guardians' recognition that effective cosmic law enforcement required agents who could think independently and adapt their methods to local conditions while maintaining their commitment to universal principles. The support infrastructure that the Guardians established to assist their organic agents included not only technical resources and intelligence networks, but also psychological counseling and spiritual guidance services that recognized the enormous emotional and mental stresses that would inevitably accompany cosmic-level responsibilities. The Guardians had learned from their own experience that beings who attempted to carry infinite responsibility without adequate support systems were vulnerable to the kind of emotional detachment and moral blindness that had characterized their own transformation and contributed to the Manhunter disaster. The early missions undertaken by the first generation of Green Lanterns served both as practical tests of their training and preparation, and as opportunities for the Guardians to refine their understanding of how organic agents functioned differently from mechanical ones in real-world situations. These initial deployments were carefully selected to provide challenging but not overwhelming tests of Lantern capabilities, while also generating information that could be used to improve training programs and support systems for future recruits. The success of these early missions exceeded even the most optimistic projections that the Guardians had developed based on their theoretical analysis of organic agent capabilities. The flexibility and creativity that the new Lanterns demonstrated in approaching complex problems, their ability to find solutions that addressed underlying causes, rather than merely suppressing symptoms, and their capacity for building genuine relationships with the populations they served, all confirmed that the shift from mechanical to organic agents had been not only necessary but transformative for the entire concept of cosmic law. Enforcement. The reputation that the Green Lantern Corps began to establish throughout the universe was fundamentally different from the fear and compliance that the Manhunters had generated through their mechanical efficiency and ruthless application of predetermined policies. The new Lanterns inspired respect and even affection from many of the populations they served, not because they were less powerful or less committed to justice than their predecessors, but because their approach to law enforcement recognized the dignity and autonomy of conscious beings, while still maintaining the strength and determination necessary to protect the innocent from those who would exploit or harm them. The cultural impact of the Green Lantern Corps extended far beyond immediate law enforcement activities to encompass broader questions about the nature of justice, the relationship between different species and civilizations, and the possibility of achieving universal standards of behavior while respecting the diversity of approaches to existence that had evolved throughout the cosmos. The example set by beings who had voluntarily accepted cosmic responsibility while maintaining their connection to their own species and cultures suggested that unity and diversity were not incompatible goals, but rather complementary aspects of a mature cosmic civilization. The psychological effects of Green Lantern service on individual agents were complex and varied, reflecting both the enormous challenges inherent in cosmic law enforcement and the profound satisfaction that came from using one's abilities in service of universal justice and protection of the innocent. Many Lanterns reported that their experience in the Corps had expanded their understanding of consciousness and existence in ways that enriched their lives immeasurably, while others struggled with the isolation and responsibility that came with wielding power that exceeded that of entire civilizations. The development of Corps traditions and customs during this early period reflected both practical needs for organizational cohesion and the natural human tendency to create rituals and ceremonies that gave meaning and structure to shared experiences. The reverence shown to fallen Lanterns, the celebrations of successful missions, the formal ceremonies that marked advancement in rank and responsibility, all served to reinforce the bonds of fellowship and common purpose that enabled beings from vastly different backgrounds to function as an effective team. The relationship between individual Lanterns and the Guardians who had recruited and trained them remained complex and sometimes troubled, as organic agents inevitably developed perspectives and priorities that did not always align perfectly with the cosmic viewpoint of their immortal masters. The Guardians' emotional limitations continued to prevent them from fully understanding or addressing the personal and psychological needs of beings who risked their lives daily in service of ideals that their creators could articulate but no longer genuinely feel, creating ongoing tensions that would persist throughout the Corps' history. Yet despite these challenges and complications, the early years of the organic Green Lantern Corps represented a period of unprecedented hope and achievement in the ongoing effort to bring order and justice to a cosmos that had previously known only the crude balance of power politics and species-specific interests. The green light that now shone from Oa carried with it the promise that conscious beings could transcend their individual limitations and work together for goals that benefited all life. While the oath sworn by lanterns throughout the universe proclaimed that will and determination could overcome any obstacle when guided by wisdom and tempered by compassion. In those golden years when the Corps was young and its potential seemed unlimited, when every successful mission validated the Guardians' decision to trust organic agents with cosmic authority, when the green light was welcomed on worlds throughout the universe as a symbol of hope and protection, few could have foreseen the challenges and tragedies that lay ahead, or the ways in which even the noblest intentions could be corrupted by the very power that made them effective. In the annals of cosmic heroism, where courage transcends species boundaries and dedication burns brighter than the stars themselves, there emerge figures whose deeds become the foundation upon which entire civilizations build their understanding of what it means to serve something greater than oneself. These are the legendary Green Lanterns, whose names echo across the vastness of space and time, beings whose individual stories of sacrifice and triumph wove themselves into the very fabric of Corps tradition and established the moral framework that would guide generations of ring-bearers through the darkest challenges and most impossible odds that the universe could conjure against them. Among these immortal figures, none commanded greater respect throughout the cosmos than Abin of Ungara, a being whose name had become synonymous with the highest ideals of the Green Lantern Corps, and whose service to universal justice had spanned centuries of conflicts that tested every aspect of his character and commitment. His story began not with cosmic destiny or predetermined greatness, but with the simple choice of a young Ungaran who witnessed injustice in his home system and decided that he possessed both the ability and the responsibility to act against forces that threatened the innocent and defenseless. The world of Ungara, from which Abin drew his origins and his initial understanding of right and wrong, was a planet whose development had followed paths that emphasized individual responsibility and collective cooperation in ways that prepared its inhabitants exceptionally well for the challenges of cosmic citizenship. The Ungarans had achieved technological advancement and social sophistication through millennia of careful balance between personal freedom and communal obligation, creating a culture that valued both innovation and tradition, both progress and stability, both courage and wisdom in equal measure. Abin selection by the Guardians as a potential Green Lantern occurred during a period when his world was facing external threats that had tested the resolve and character of its entire population, providing the cosmic observers with an opportunity to evaluate not only his individual capabilities, but also his response to pressure and his commitment to protecting others, even at personal cost. The invasion attempts that had targeted Ungara were not merely military campaigns, but systematic efforts to break the spirit of a people whose independence and prosperity had become an irritant to expansionist civilizations that preferred their neighbors weak and compliant. The courage that Abin displayed during these conflicts was not the reckless bravery of youth or the desperate fury of the cornered, but rather the steady, unwavering determination of someone who had carefully considered the costs of resistance and chosen to pay them rather than accept the alternative of submission to forces that would destroy everything he valued about his world and his people. His actions during the defense of Ungara demonstrated not only tactical brilliance and personal valor, but also the kind of moral clarity that enabled him to distinguish between necessary violence and gratuitous cruelty, between legitimate self-defense and the pursuit of vengeance that could corrupt even the most justified cause. The ring that came to Abin Sur carried with it the accumulated power and responsibility of his predecessor, an ancient lantern whose service had extended across multiple millennia, and whose final act had been to select the Ungaran as his successor based on observations that went far beyond immediate circumstances to encompass projections about character development and potential for growth under the enormous pressures that cosmic duty would inevitably bring. The moment of receiving the ring marked not the end of Abin Sur's previous existence, but rather the beginning of a transformation that would test every aspect of his identity, while demanding that he expand his understanding of justice and responsibility to encompass scales of space and time that no single world could adequately prepare him for. The training period that Abin Sur underwent on Oa was characterized by the same methodical thoroughness that marked all his subsequent endeavors, as he absorbed not only the technical knowledge necessary for effective ring use, but also the philosophical foundations that would enable him to make appropriate moral and ethical judgments in situations where his original cultural framework might prove inadequate or inappropriate. His instructors noted with approval his ability to question assumptions while respecting principles, to challenge methods while maintaining commitment to goals, and to adapt his approaches to new circumstances while never compromising the fundamental values that defined his character and guided his choices. The sectors of space that Abin Sur patrolled during his centuries of service encompassed some of the most challenging and dangerous regions of the known universe, areas where ancient evils stirred in forgotten corners of dead systems, where emerging civilizations struggled with the temptations of power and the challenges of ethical development, and where cosmic forces beyond mortal understanding periodically manifested themselves in ways that threatened the stability of entire galactic regions. His reputation for competence and reliability made him the lantern of choice for missions that required not only exceptional skill, but also the kind of judgment and wisdom that could only be developed through extensive experience and continuous learning. The scientific curiosity that complemented Abin Sur's dedication to law enforcement led him to pursue investigations and studies that went far beyond his immediate duties as a Green Lantern, as he sought to understand the deeper patterns and connections that linked apparently separate phenomena throughout the cosmos. His research into cosmic cycles and prophetic traditions, his analysis of recurring threats and emerging patterns of evil, and his documentation of civilizational development and decline across multiple species and cultures, all contributed to a body of knowledge that would prove invaluable to future generations of lanterns and cosmic defenders. Yet, it was precisely this dedication to understanding the broader implications of cosmic events that led Abin Sur to discoveries that would ultimately cast shadows over his final years of service and create concerns that would influence his most important decision about the future of the Green Lantern Corps. His investigations into ancient prophecies and cyclical patterns of cosmic destruction had revealed disturbing correlations between mythological accounts from widely separated civilizations, suggesting the existence of threats so fundamental and pervasive that they had left traces in the collective unconscious of virtually every species that had achieved sufficient sophistication to contemplate their own mortality and the possibility of universal catastrophe. The prophecies that increasingly occupied Abin Sur's attention spoke of endings and beginnings that transcended individual worlds or civilizations to encompass the entire fabric of existence itself, cycles of destruction and renewal that operated on scales so vast that entire universal epochs appeared as mere moments in patterns that stretched across dimensions of space and time that normal consciousness could barely comprehend. The consistency of these accounts across cultures that had never had contact with each other suggested sources of knowledge that went beyond normal sensory experience to tap into fundamental aspects of cosmic structure and development. The specific prophecy that would ultimately prove most significant to Abin Sur's legacy and the future of the Green Lantern Corps spoke of a time when the Guardians of Will would face challenges that exceeded their traditional capabilities and methods, when the green light itself would be tested by forces that drew their power from the same cosmic sources but channeled them through principles diametrically opposed to everything the Corps represented. These dark mirrors of the Lantern tradition would arise not from external threats but from corruption within the very institutions and individuals that had been created to serve as bulwarks against chaos and evil. The growing weight of these revelations and the implications they carried for the future of cosmic civilization created in Abin Sur a sense of urgency and responsibility that went beyond his normal duties as a sector lantern to encompass broader concerns about the preparation and readiness of the Presumcerns Corps for challenges that might exceed anything in their previous experience. His communications with the Guardians about these matters were received with the kind of respectful attention that his reputation warranted, yet he could not escape the impression that beings whose emotional detachment had enabled them to make objective decisions about cosmic policy might be unsuited for understanding or addressing threats that operated through psychological and spiritual channels rather than purely physical or technological means. The decision to seek additional perspectives and resources that might supplement the traditional approaches of the Green Lantern Corps led Abin Sur to establish relationships with mystics and prophets throughout his patrol sectors, beings whose understanding of cosmic patterns derived from sources that complemented rather than competed with the scientific and logical methods that had traditionally characterized lantern operations. These individuals, often dismissed by more conventional authorities as primitive, superstitious, possessed insights into the deeper currents of existence that proved remarkably consistent with the patterns that Abin Sur's own research had identified through entirely different methodologies. The synthesis of mystical wisdom and empirical observation that emerged from these collaborations provided Abin Sur with a more complete understanding of the cosmic cycles he had been studying, while also suggesting possible approaches for preparing the Green Lantern Corps to face challenges that might require resources and strategies that went beyond traditional ring-based solutions. The prophetic traditions that had seemed like mere mythology, when viewed in isolation, revealed themselves to be sophisticated early warning systems that had been developed by civilizations with sufficient cosmic awareness to recognize patterns that transcended their own immediate experience and survival needs. Yet even as Abin Sur's understanding of cosmic patterns deepened and his ability to anticipate future challenges improved, he found himself increasingly isolated within the core structure by knowledge that seemed too vast and implications that appeared too dire for normal operational frameworks to address adequately. The very insights that made him more effective as a cosmic guardian also separated him from colleagues who had not shared his experiences or pursued similar lines of investigation, creating a loneliness that was compounded by the weight of responsibility for information that could affect the survival of the entire universe. The loneliness of cosmic knowledge was not a new experience for Green Lanterns. whose duties frequently required them to make decisions that affected entire civilizations while maintaining the emotional distance necessary for objective judgment and effective action. Yet Abin Sur's situation was unique in its scope and implications, as his research had revealed patterns that suggested the approaching end of the current cosmic cycle and the need for preparations that would require resources and commitment far beyond anything the Corps had previously attempted or even contemplated. The selection of Earth as a crucial element in the cosmic patterns that Abin Sur had been studying was not based on any obvious characteristics that distinguished the third planet from Sol among the countless other worlds that harbored intelligent life throughout the galaxy. The humans who inhabited this small world were neither the most advanced nor the most ancient of the species within Abin Sur's patrol area, yet something about their development and potential had marked them as significant in ways that even his extensive research had not been able to fully explain or understand. The prophetic traditions that had guided Abin Sur to focus his attention on Earth spoke of a world whose inhabitants possessed qualities that would prove essential for the challenges that lay ahead, characteristics that were not immediately apparent, but would manifest themselves when circumstances required heroism and sacrifice on scales that few species had ever been called upon to demonstrate. The humans' combination of individual determination and collective cooperation, their capacity for growth and adaptation under pressure, and their willingness to risk everything for abstract principles and moral ideals, all suggested potential for cosmic-level contributions that their current primitive technology and limited interstellar awareness did not adequately reflect. The decision to spend increasing amounts of time observing and studying human civilization was driven not only by prophetic guidance, but also by Abin Sur's growing conviction that the challenges facing the Green Lantern Corps would require allies and resources that went beyond the traditional structure and methods that had served effectively for millennia, but might prove inadequate for the unprecedented threats that his research suggested were approaching. The humans' apparent potential for rapid development and their demonstrated ability to transcend individual and cultural limitations when facing existential challenges made them candidates for roles in cosmic defense that their current status as a pre-interstellar civilization would not normally justify. The crash that would end Abin Sur's centuries of distinguished service and begin humanity's introduction to cosmic responsibility was not the result of enemy action or mechanical failure, but rather the inevitable consequence of investigations that had taken him into regions of space where the normal laws of physics and the conventional understanding of cause and effect were suspended or inverted by forces that operated according to principles beyond the comprehension of beings, bound by three-dimensional consciousness and linear temporal perception. The entity that caused Abin Sur's final crash was itself a manifestation of the cosmic cycles he had been studying, a harbinger of the dark times that his prophecies had warned were approaching, though the full implications of this encounter would not become apparent until much later, when the patterns he had identified began to manifest themselves in ways that threatened the very existence of the Green Lantern Corps and everything it represented. His death was not merely the end of an individual career, but the beginning of a transition period that would test every aspect of the Corps' structure and philosophy, while forcing fundamental reconsiderations of approaches that had remained unchanged since the organization's founding. The choice of Hal Jordan as Abin Sur's successor was based not on detailed analysis of candidate qualifications or extensive evaluation of potential recipients, but rather on the dying lantern's intuitive recognition of qualities that resonated with everything his research and experience had taught him about the characteristics necessary for the challenges that lay ahead. The human pilot's combination of courage and recklessness, determination and creativity, respect for authority, and willingness to challenge it when circumstances required, all suggested potential for the kind of unconventional thinking and adaptive leadership that the coming crises would demand. The legacy that Abin Sur left to the Green Lantern Corps extended far beyond his individual contributions to cosmic law enforcement to encompass the philosophical foundations and strategic insights that would guide the organization through its greatest trials and most profound transformations. His example of dedication tempered by wisdom, courage balanced by caution, and loyalty to principles combined with flexibility in methods would influence generations of Lanterns who faced challenges that exceeded anything in the Corps' previous experience while maintaining the essential character that had made the organization a force for justice throughout the universe. Among the other legendary figures whose service helped establish the Green Lantern Corps as the premier force for cosmic justice, none exemplified the scientific approach to heroism more completely than Tomar-Re of Zudar, a being whose methodical intelligence and unwavering commitment to preservation and protection had earned him recognition as one of the most effective and respected Lanterns in the organization's history. His story began not with dramatic calls to adventure or sudden transformations of destiny, but with the gradual recognition that his natural talents and acquired knowledge could be used in service of goals that transcended his individual interests and the immediate needs of his homeworld, the planet Zudar, from which Tomar-Re drew his origins and his initial understanding of scientific methodology and ethical responsibility, was a world whose development had emphasized the systematic study of natural phenomena and the careful application of knowledge for the benefit of all life forms that shared their planetary environment. The Zudarians had achieved remarkable advances in biological and ecological sciences through millennia of patient observation and experimentation that prioritized understanding over exploitation and sought harmony between technological capability and environmental sustainability. Tomar-Re's selection as a Green Lantern occurred during a period when his scientific research had led him to discoveries that had implications far beyond his own world and species. As his studies of planetary ecosystems and cosmic environmental patterns had revealed connections and relationships that suggested the existence of universal principles governing the development and maintenance of life-supporting conditions throughout the galaxy, his work had attracted the attention of the Guardians not only because of its immediate practical value, but also because it demonstrated the kind of systematic thinking and long-term perspective that would be essential for effective cosmic stewardship. The approach that Tomar-Re brought to his duties as a Green Lantern was characterized by the same methodical thoroughness that had marked his scientific career, as he sought to understand each situation completely before taking action, and to ensure that his interventions addressed underlying causes rather than merely suppressing immediate symptoms. His reputation for careful analysis and comprehensive preparation made him the ideal choice for missions that required not only immediate crisis response, but also long-term planning and environmental restoration that might extend across multiple generations of the species involved. The scientific perspective that informed all of Tomar-Re's activities as a Green Lantern enabled him to see patterns and connections that might escape observers who focused primarily on immediate tactical considerations or political implications, allowing him to anticipate problems and develop solutions that addressed complex interactions between different aspects of civilizational development and environmental sustainability. His ability to think in terms of ecosystems and long-term cycles rather than individual events and immediate consequences made him uniquely valuable for situations where traditional law enforcement approaches might prove inadequate or counterproductive. The most famous and tragic of Tomar-Re's missions involved his assignment to monitor and protect the planet Krypton, a world whose advanced civilization and scientific achievements had made it one of the jewels of galactic culture, while also creating conditions that would ultimately lead to its destruction, despite all his efforts to prevent the catastrophe that his analysis had revealed as increasingly inevitable. The failure to save Krypton would haunt Tomar-Re for the remainder of his service, serving as a constant reminder of the limitations that even cosmic-level authority and advanced scientific knowledge faced when confronted with civilizations that had become too committed to destructive paths to accept outside intervention or guidance. The research that Tomar-Re conducted into Krypton's geological and stellar conditions revealed clear evidence of instabilities that were building toward catastrophic resolution. Yet his attempts to warn the planet's scientific community and political leadership were frustrated by cultural factors and political considerations that prevented the Kryptonians from accepting the reality of their situation or taking the drastic measures that would have been necessary to prevent their world's destruction. The tragedy of Krypton became for Tomar-Re a lesson in the limits of scientific knowledge when it was not accompanied by the wisdom and courage necessary to act upon unwelcome truths. The legacy of Tomar-Re's scientific approach to Green Lantern duties influenced generations of core members who learned from his example to combine immediate action with long-term planning, to consider environmental and ecological implications of their interventions, and to approach each situation with the systematic thoroughness that had characterized his methodology. His contributions to core knowledge and training protocols helped establish scientific analysis as an essential component of effective cosmic law enforcement, while also demonstrating the importance of understanding complex systems and relationships, rather than focusing exclusively on immediate threats and obvious antagonists. In the forges of Bolovax Vic, where the art of construction had been elevated to levels approaching the cosmic and the sacred, there emerged a being whose journey from architect to warrior to teacher would embody some of the most essential truths about the nature of strength and the proper relationship between power and responsibility. This was Kilowog, whose massive frame and formidable presence concealed depths of wisdom and compassion that would make him one of the most beloved and respected figures in the entire history of the Green Lantern Corps, a being whose influence extended far beyond his individual achievements to encompass his role in shaping the character and capabilities of countless other Lanterns through his work as their primary trainer and mentor. The world of Bolovax Vic had achieved a level of social and technological integration that was virtually unique in the galaxy, as its 16 billion inhabitants had learned to function as a single unified entity while maintaining the individual creativity and personal autonomy that made their collective achievements possible and meaningful. The Bolovaxians had transcended the traditional conflicts between individual freedom and collective responsibility through millennia of cultural evolution that had produced a society capable of undertaking projects that required planetary-scale coordination while preserving the personal dignity and creative expression that gave individual lives meaning and purpose. Kilowog's background as one of Bolovax Vic's master architects had prepared him exceptionally well for the challenges of Green Lantern service, as his profession had required him to think in terms of structures that would endure across multiple generations, while also serving the immediate needs of beings whose lives were measured in much shorter spans than the monuments and systems he designed for them. His understanding of the relationship between form and function, between individual components and integrated systems, between immediate utility and long-term sustainability, provided him with conceptual frameworks that proved invaluable when applied to the challenges of cosmic law enforcement and interspecies cooperation. The selection of Kilowog as a Green Lantern occurred during a period when his architectural work had begun to incorporate principles and techniques that went beyond traditional engineering to encompass ecological and social considerations, that reflected his growing understanding of the complex, though, relationships between built environments and the communities that inhabited them. His designs had begun to influence not only the physical development of Bolovac's Vic, but also the social and cultural evolution of his people, as his buildings and systems created new possibilities for interaction and cooperation that had not previously existed. The transformation from architect to cosmic guardian required Kilowog to expand his understanding of construction and design to encompass not only physical structures, but also the social and political frameworks that enabled diverse species to coexist peacefully and productively throughout the Comd galaxy. The same principles that had guided his work in creating buildings that served multiple functions while maintaining aesthetic appeal and environmental harmony could be applied to the challenges of building relationships between civilizations that had evolved along completely different developmental paths. The ring constructs that became Kilowog's signature expressions of will reflected both his architectural background and his deep understanding of the relationship between form and function in systems designed to serve practical purposes while also embodying symbolic and aesthetic values. His constructs were not merely tools for accomplishing immediate objectives, but were carefully designed structures that demonstrated the same attention to detail and long-term thinking that had characterized his work on Bolovac's Vic, creating manifestations of will that were both effective and beautiful, both functional and inspiring. The role that Kilowog eventually assumed as the primary trainer for new Green Lantern recruits was a natural extension of his architectural background and his growing understanding of the ways in which individual development and collective effectiveness were interconnected aspects of the same fundamental challenge. His approach to training emphasized not only the technical skills necessary for effective ring use, but also the philosophical foundations and personal characteristics that enabled beings from vastly different backgrounds to function as effective agents of cosmic justice and universal law. The training methods that Kilowog developed were based on his recognition that effective Green Lantern service required not only individual competence, but also the ability to work cooperatively with other beings whose approaches and perspectives might be radically different from one's own. His exercises and scenarios were designed to challenge recruits not only physically and intellectually, but also emotionally and morally, forcing them to confront their own limitations and prejudices, while developing the flexibility and adaptability that cosmic service would require. The nickname Poozer that Kilowog applied to his trainees reflected both affection and challenge, as he sought to break down the barriers of species superiority and cultural arrogance that might prevent beings from different worlds from recognizing their common ground and shared responsibilities. His tough approach to training was balanced by genuine care for the development and welfare of those under his instruction, as he understood that the challenges they would face as active lanterns would require not only technical competence, but also the kind of personal strength and moral clarity that could only be developed through experience with adversity and difficulty. The tragedy that would eventually claim Bolovac's Vic and its 16 billion inhabitants provided Kilowog with the most profound test of his character and commitment, as he was forced to witness the destruction of everything he had worked to build and protect, while maintaining his dedication to the larger principles and responsibilities that his service to the core represented. The loss of his homeworld transformed him from someone who fought to protect what he loved into someone who fought to prevent others from experiencing the same kind of devastating loss that had redefined his own existence and purpose. The philosophical evolution that Kilowog underwent in the aftermath of his world's destruction reflected his growing understanding that true strength was not the ability to protect what one valued from all possible threats, but rather the capacity to continue serving and protecting others, even after experiencing the ultimate failure and loss. His continued dedication to training new lanterns and his unwavering commitment to the Corps' mission demonstrated a form of heroism that went beyond individual courage or personal achievement to encompass the willingness to rebuild and continue, even when everything one had originally fought for had been lost. Among the most unique and philosophically significant members of the Green Lantern Corps was the living planet known as Mogoo, whose very existence challenged conventional understanding of consciousness, identity, and the proper scale of cosmic responsibility. Unlike other lanterns who were individuals fighting to protect communities and civilizations, Mogoo was himself a complete ecosystem whose consciousness encompassed every aspect of his planetary being while maintaining the kind of individual identity and moral clarity that enabled him to serve effectively as an agent of universal justice and cosmic law enforcement. The discovery of Mogoo's nature as a sentient world capable of wielding a power ring represented one of the most significant expansions of the Green Lantern Corps' understanding of what forms consciousness could take and how cosmic responsibility could be exercised by beings whose existence operated on scales that transcended traditional categories of individual and collective action. His ability to function as both a single entity and a complete biosphere provided new insights into the relationship between individual will and collective purpose that influenced core philosophy and training for generations of subsequent recruits. The role that Mogoo played in core operations was necessarily different from that of more conventional lanterns, as his planetary nature made direct intervention in most conflicts impractical, while also providing unique capabilities for long-term environmental restoration and the creation of safe havens for species whose homeworlds had been destroyed or rendered uninhabitable by war or natural disasters. His contribution to cosmic justice operated on scales of space and time that complemented rather than competed with the activities of individual lanterns, creating a form of cosmic stewardship that encompassed entire star systems and geological epochs. The philosophical implications of Mogoo's membership in the Corps extended far beyond practical considerations of deployment and mission assignment to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness, the meaning of individual responsibility, and the proper relationship between beings whose existence operated on vastly different scales of space and time. His example suggested that the principles underlying Green Lantern service were sufficiently universal and flexible to encompass forms of life and consciousness that had not been anticipated when the Corps was originally conceived and established. The techniques that Mogoo developed for manifesting his will through ring constructs reflected both his planetary nature and his deep understanding of ecological principles and environmental relationships, as his constructs often took the form of complete ecosystems rather than simple tools or weapons. His ability to create and maintain complex environmental systems through the focused application of will provided other lanterns with new models for thinking about the relationship between individual action and systemic change, between immediate intervention and long-term stewardship. The loss of Mogoo during one of the Corps' greatest crises represented not only the destruction of a unique individual, but also the elimination of an entire biosphere and the countless life forms that had evolved within his planetary consciousness over millions of years of development. His sacrifice demonstrated the ultimate expression of the principles that guided all Green Lantern service: the willingness to give everything for the protection of others and the preservation of the values that made existence meaningful and worthwhile. These legendary figures and countless others whose names and deeds filled the halls of Oa with stories of courage and sacrifice had established the Green Lantern Corps as more than simply another law enforcement organization or military force. They had created a tradition of service that encompassed the highest aspirations of consciousness throughout the universe, while maintaining the practical effectiveness necessary for protecting innocent life and preserving cosmic order against the forces of chaos and destruction that periodically threatened to overwhelm the achievements of civilized existence. The golden age of the Corps that these heroes had helped establish would not last forever, as the very success of their efforts created new challenges and revealed vulnerabilities that had been hidden during the organization's period of growth and expansion. Yet their example would continue to inspire future generations of Lanterns who faced trials that exceeded anything in the Corps' previous experience, providing them with models of heroism and dedication that transcended individual circumstances to embody the eternal principles that made the difference between order and chaos, justice and oppression, hope and despair throughout the infinite reaches of space and time. In the chronicles of cosmic destiny, where chance and providence interweave to create moments that reshape the fundamental nature of existence itself, few events have carried greater significance for the future of universal civilization than the arrival of a dying Green Lantern spacecraft in the remote desert regions of a small planet, orbiting an unremarkable yellow star in the toppling outer reaches of what its inhabitants called the Milky Way galaxy. This world, known to its dominant species as Earth, had been marked by ancient prophecies and cosmic calculations as possessing qualities that would prove essential for challenges that lay ahead. Yet nothing in its current primitive state of technological development suggested the profound role it would play in the evolution of cosmic law enforcement and the expansion of consciousness throughout the known universe. The being whose final mission brought him to this distant world was Abin Sur of Ungara, whose centuries of distinguished service to the Green Lantern Corps had established him as one of the most respected and effective agents in the organization's long history. His presence in Earth's solar system was not the result of routine patrol duties or response to immediate threats, but rather the culmination of investigations and research that had led him to believe that this particular world held keys to understanding cosmic patterns that would determine the future of justice and order throughout the galaxy and beyond. The crash that ended Abin Sur's illustrious career was not caused by mechanical failure or enemy attack, but by exposure to forces that exceeded even his ring's protective capabilities, entities that represented the kind of cosmic-level threats his research had warned were approaching, and that would require new forms of resistance and new types of heroes to overcome. His dying moments were filled, not with regret for his own fate, but with urgent concern for the mission that his death would leave incomplete, and the need to ensure that the knowledge and responsibility he carried would pass to someone capable of continuing the work that had consumed the final years of his existence. The selection of Hal Jordan as Abin Sur's successor was guided not by detailed analysis of human psychological profiles or extensive evaluation of potential candidates, but by the dying Lantern's intuitive recognition of qualities that resonated with everything his experience and research had taught him about the characteristics necessary for the unprecedented challenges that the Green Lantern Corps would soon face. The young test pilot's combination of fearless determination and creative problem-solving, his respect for authority balanced by willingness to challenge it when circumstances required unconventional action, and his deep-seated commitment to protecting others despite personal risk all suggested potential for the kind of adaptive leadership that the coming crises would demand. The moment when the power ring first encircled Hal Jordan's finger marked not only the beginning of his transformation from ordinary human to cosmic guardian, but also the initiation of a new chapter in the Green Lantern Corps evolution, as Earth's introduction to galactic civilization would bring perspectives and capabilities that had been absent from previous generations of lanterns, despite their diverse backgrounds and extensive training. The human element that Jordan represented was not simply another species joining the cosmic community, but rather a fundamentally different approach to consciousness and moral reasoning that would challenge and enrich the core understanding of what it meant to serve universal justice. The initial transport to Oa that followed Jordan's acceptance of the ring and the responsibility it represented exposed him to scales of space and time that no human consciousness had previously been required to comprehend. As he traveled distances that exceeded Earth's most advanced astronomical observations and encountered civilizations whose development had proceeded along paths that challenged every assumption about the nature of intelligence, society, and technological progress, the journey itself served as an introduction to the cosmic perspective that would be necessary for effective service as a Green Lantern, while also demonstrating the enormous gulf between human experience and the universal context in which that experience would now be embedded. The first sight of Oa itself, with its impossible architecture rising from landscapes that had been shaped by millions of years of guardian influence and cosmic responsibility, provided Jordan with a visceral understanding of what he had undertaken in accepting the power ring and the obligations that came with it. The central power battery that dominated the planet's capital city was more than simply a technological marvel or energy source. It was a monument to the accumulated will and determination of countless beings who had dedicated their lives to ideals that transcended individual species and planetary boundaries, a beacon of hope and purpose that had guided the efforts of heroes across the galaxy for millennia. The Guardians themselves, encountered for the first time in their role as cosmic administrators and philosophical guides, represented forms of consciousness and moral development that exceeded anything in human experience or understanding. Their transformation from individual beings into collective intelligence dedicated to universal oversight provided Jordan with insights into the potential and the dangers of consciousness that sought to encompass responsibilities beyond the scale of normal existence, while their emotional detachment served as both inspiration and warning about the costs of cosmic perspective and unlimited authority. The training program that Jordan underwent during his orientation to Green Lantern service was designed not only to provide him with the technical knowledge necessary for effective ring use, but also to expand his conceptual framework to encompass the philosophical foundations and practical realities of cosmic law enforcement. The diversity of his fellow trainees, representing species whose biology, psychology, and cultural development differed radically from his own human background, forced him to confront assumptions and prejudices that he had never recognized while developing communication skills and cultural sensitivity that would be essential for effective service in a corps that valued cooperation and mutual understanding among beings whose differences might otherwise make such collaboration impossible. The oath that Jordan learned to recite was more than simply a ritualistic formula for accessing cosmic energy. It was a philosophical statement that encompassed the fundamental principles that distinguished the Green Lantern Corps from other organizations that wielded power on galactic scales. The words themselves, while maintaining traditional phrasing that connected new lanterns to the long history of their predecessors, carried personal meaning that reflected each individual's understanding of what service to universal justice required. and what sacrifices such service might demand from those who accepted its responsibilities and obligations. The initial missions that Jordan undertook during his probationary period as a Green Lantern were carefully selected to provide him with experience across the full spectrum of challenges that Corps service might present, from immediate crisis response and emergency rescue operations to complex diplomatic interventions and long-term peacekeeping assignments that required patience, cultural sensitivity, and the ability to work with beings whose approaches to problem-solving might be completely different from his own. These early assignments served both as training exercises and as practical tests of his suitability for continued service in roles that would carry increasing levels of responsibility and authority. The creative approach that Jordan brought to ring construct formation reflected both his background as a test pilot, accustomed to operating advanced technology in dangerous and unpredictable situations, and his human tendency toward innovative thinking and improvisational problem-solving that contrasted with the more methodical and traditional approaches favored by many veteran lanterns. His constructs often incorporated elements of surprise and unconventional thinking that proved effective against opponents who had developed countermeasures for more predictable lantern tactics, while his willingness to experiment with new applications of ring energy led to discoveries that enriched the entire Corps' understanding of their capabilities. The resistance that Jordan occasionally displayed toward Guardian authority and established Corps protocols was initially viewed with concern by his instructors and supervisors, who worried that human independence and individualism might prove incompatible with the discipline and unity that effective cosmic law enforcement required. Yet his challenges to conventional wisdom and established procedures often revealed assumptions and limitations that had gone unexamined for centuries, leading to improvements in Corps methodology and philosophy that benefited the entire organization while demonstrating the value of perspectives that questioned, rather than simply accepted, traditional approaches. The relationship between Jordan and his fellow Lanterns evolved gradually from initial mutual suspicion and cultural misunderstanding to genuine respect and friendship based on shared experiences and common commitment to the principles that united them despite their enormous differences in background, biology, and worldview. His human capacity for forming emotional bonds and maintaining personal loyalties provided other Corps members with examples of how individual relationships could strengthen rather than weaken dedication to universal principles, while his willingness to risk everything for colleagues and friends demonstrated forms of courage that went beyond mere physical bravery to encompass emotional and moral dimensions that some species had never experienced. The introduction of Earth to galactic civilization through Jordan's Green Lantern service created opportunities and challenges that extended far beyond his individual development as a cosmic guardian to encompass broader questions about humanity's potential role in galactic affairs and the contributions that a relatively primitive species might make to cosmic civilization. The unique characteristics that had marked Earth for prophetic attention began to manifest themselves through Jordan's service as his human perspectives and approaches to problem-solving provided the Corps with new tools and strategies for addressing challenges that had previously seemed intractable or beyond solution. The connection between Jordan's service as a Green Lantern and his membership in Earth's community of superhuman protectors created unprecedented opportunities for cooperation between cosmic and planetary levels of law enforcement, while also generating complications that tested the flexibility of both organizations. The Justice League's response to having one of their members serving dual loyalties to Earth and the universe required adaptations and accommodations that reflected the growing complexity of heroic responsibility in an era when Planetary and cosmic concerns could no longer be separated into distinct categories of obligation and authority. The psychological challenges that Jordan faced in maintaining his dual identity as both human being and cosmic guardian reflected broader questions about the relationship between individual identity and universal responsibility that had implications extending far beyond his personal situation. The transformation from test pilot to Green Lantern required not only the acquisition of new skills and knowledge, but also the development of perspectives and priorities that sometimes conflicted with his human instincts and emotional attachments, creating internal tensions that would persist throughout his career and influence his most important decisions. The scientific and technological resources of Earth, while primitive by galactic standards, provided Jordan with access to approaches and methodologies that had not been available to previous generations of lanterns. As human ingenuity and creativity found applications for cosmic power that had not been anticipated by the Guardians or incorporated into traditional core training programs. The integration of human technological innovation with ring-based energy manipulation led to hybrid techniques that proved surprisingly effective against opponents who had developed countermeasures for conventional lantern tactics. The cultural impact of Jordan's presence in the Green Lantern Corps extended beyond immediate operational considerations to influence the organization's understanding of how different species and civilizations could contribute to cosmic law enforcement while maintaining their distinct identities and approaches to existence. His human characteristics of individualism, creativity, and emotional engagement provided examples of how these qualities could enhance rather than diminish effectiveness as cosmic guardians when they were properly integrated with core discipline and universal principles. The enemies that Jordan encountered during his early service as a Green Lantern tested not only his growing mastery of ring capabilities, but also his ability to apply human perspectives and moral reasoning to situations that had no precedent in Earth's history or human experience. The interstellar conflicts, cosmic-level threats, and interdimensional adversaries that characterized his missions required him to expand his understanding of evil and heroism to encompass scales and complexities that challenged every aspect of his previous worldview, while also revealing the universal applicability of certain fundamental principles about justice and protection of the innocent. The relationship between Jordan and the Earth-based community he had left behind was complicated by the need to maintain secrecy about his cosmic responsibilities, while also fulfilling his obligations to friends, family, and colleagues who could not understand the forces that increasingly dominated his time and attention. The dual identity that he maintained as both Hal Jordan and Green Lantern required constant vigilance and occasional deception that tested his commitment to honesty, while also protecting those he loved from knowledge that might make them targets for cosmic-level enemies who sought to exploit any perceived weakness or vulnerability. The growth in Jordan's capabilities and understanding during his early years of Green Lantern service reflected both the exceptional training and support that the Corps provided and his own dedication to mastering every aspect of his new role and responsibilities. His progression from uncertain recruit to confident cosmic guardian demonstrated the effectiveness of Corps methodology, while also revealing the unique contributions that human perspectives could make to an organization that had previously been dominated by species whose development had followed more traditional galactic patterns. The reputation that Jordan established during his initial period of service was based not only on his individual achievements and successful missions, but also on his ability to inspire cooperation and mutual understanding among beings whose differences might otherwise have prevented effective collaboration. His human capacity for building bridges between disparate groups and finding common ground among apparent enemies provided the Corps with new models for conflict resolution and peacekeeping that expanded their toolkit for addressing complex political and social situations throughout the galaxy. The innovations that Jordan introduced to Corps doctrine and methodology were not dramatic departures from established tradition, but rather evolutionary developments that incorporated human insights and approaches into frameworks that had been developed through millennia of experience and accumulated wisdom. His contributions demonstrated how individual creativity and cultural diversity could strengthen rather than weaken organizational effectiveness when they were properly integrated with shared principles and common goals that transcended species differences and planetary boundaries. The challenges that Jordan faced in adapting to cosmic-scale responsibilities while maintaining his connection to human values and relationships provided him with unique insights into the relationship between individual identity, universal service that would influence his approach to heroism throughout his career. His struggle to balance personal attachments with cosmic obligations demonstrated forms of moral complexity that had not been adequately addressed in traditional Corps training, while also revealing the importance of emotional connections in maintaining the motivation and perspective necessary for effective long-term service. The philosophical questions that arose from Jordan's dual nature as both human being and cosmic guardian extended beyond his personal situation to encompass broader issues about the relationship between planetary and universal citizenship, the proper balance between local and cosmic loyalties, and the ways in which individual consciousness could serve purposes that transcended its original scope and limitations without losing the essential characteristics that gave it meaning and value. The impact of human perspectives on Green Lantern Corps operations became increasingly apparent as Jordan's influence within the organization grew, and his approaches to common challenges provided alternative methodologies that proved effective in situations where traditional lantern techniques had reached limitations or produced suboptimal outcomes. His integration of human creativity with cosmic authority demonstrated possibilities for innovation and adaptation that had not been fully explored by previous generations of Corps members, whose development had been shaped by different evolutionary pressures and cultural traditions. The legacy that Jordan began to establish during his early years of service would eventually encompass not only his individual achievements and contributions to Corps effectiveness, but also his role in demonstrating how beings from primitive worlds could make meaningful contributions to cosmic civilization when they were provided with opportunities and support that enabled their unique qualities to flourish and find expression in service of universal principles and goals that transcended their original planetary boundaries and species-specific concerns. In the vast chronicle of heroic rises and tragic falls that marks the history of those who wield cosmic power in service of universal justice, few tales resonate with such profound anguish as the story of how the brightest light can become the deepest darkness when consciousness is shattered by loss too great for even the strongest will to bear. This is the chronicle of how Hal Jordan, the test pilot from Earth who had become one of the Green Lantern Corps' most celebrated heroes, was transformed by grief and rage into the cosmic destroyer known as Parallax, whose rampage across the universe would claim not only countless innocent lives, but the very institution he had sworn to protect and the immortal beings who had guided its mission for millions of years. The transformation began not with cosmic accident or alien influence, but with the systematic destruction of Coast City, the place that Hal Jordan had called home, and the community whose safety and prosperity had provided him with the emotional anchor that kept his humanity intact, despite the cosmic scope of his responsibilities as a Green Lantern. The city itself was more than simply a collection of buildings and infrastructure. It was the repository of Jordan's memories and relationships, the physical manifestation of everything he fought to protect throughout the universe, the tangible proof that his service as a cosmic guardian had meaning that extended beyond abstract principles to encompass real people, living actual lives that mattered in ways that could not be calculated or quantified. The enemy responsible for Coast City's annihilation was Mongol, the tyrant ruler of Warworld, whose campaign of conquest and destruction had brought him into conflict with Earth's protectors. As part of a larger scheme to establish his dominion over strategic portions of the galaxy. Yet Mongol was merely the instrument of destruction rather than its ultimate source, for the true architect of the catastrophe was the cyborg Superman, a being whose twisted psychology and alien technology had enabled him to orchestrate a plan that would eliminate millions of innocent lives, while simultaneously striking at the psychological foundations that enabled Earth's heroes to function effectively as protectors of their adopted world. The method chosen for Coast City's destruction was as precise and thorough as it was horrific, utilizing advanced alien technology to disintegrate the molecular bonds that held matter together, while simultaneously preventing any possibility of escape or survival for the 7 million human beings who called the city home. The process was designed not merely to eliminate a population center, but to inflict maximum psychological trauma on those who would discover the aftermath, creating a wound in the consciousness of Earth's protectors that would weaken their effectiveness and compromise their ability to respond to future threats. Hal Jordan's arrival at the site where Coast City had once stood represented one of the most significant moments in the history of human consciousness, confronting cosmic-scale catastrophe, as his mind struggled to process the complete absence of everything that had given his earthly existence meaning and purpose. The desert of fused glass and scattered atoms that marked the location where millions of his neighbors and friends had lived and loved and hoped was more than simply evidence of enemy action. It was the physical manifestation of failure on a scale that exceeded anything in his previous experience as both human being and cosmic guardian. The psychological impact of discovering that everyone he had ever known and cared about on Earth had been reduced to component particles and radioactive residue was compounded by the realization that his absence during the attack had been the result of his cosmic duties as a Green Lantern, creating a cruel irony that his service to universal justice had prevented him from fulfilling his most basic obligation to protect those closest to him. The guilt and self-recrimination that followed this recognition were not the ordinary emotions of grief and loss, but rather the cosmic-scale anguish of someone whose consciousness had been expanded to encompass universal responsibilities yet had failed in the most fundamental and personal of duties. The ring's inability to resurrect the dead or restore what had been completely destroyed provided Jordan with his first encounter with the absolute limits of even cosmic power, forcing him to confront the reality that there existed forms of loss and destruction that could not be reversed or healed, regardless of the scope of authority or energy that might be brought to bear against them. The green light that had previously seemed capable of overcoming any obstacle through sufficient application of will and determination revealed itself to be bounded by principles and limitations that made certain tragedies permanent and irreversible. The desperation that drove Jordan to attempt resurrection of Coast City and its inhabitants, despite the ring's clear communications about the impossibility of such restoration, reflected not only his grief, but also his fundamental refusal to accept that even cosmic power could be insufficient to protect what mattered most. His increasingly frantic efforts to manipulate time, reality, and the basic forces of existence demonstrated both the terrible intensity of his loss and the dangerous potential for even the most heroic consciousness to be corrupted when it encountered limitations that it could not accept or transcend through normal means. The failure of these resurrection attempts, despite Jordan's willingness to exhaust the ring's power reserves and risk his own life in pursuit of what rational analysis clearly indicated was impossible, marked the beginning of his psychological break with the fundamental assumptions that had previously guided his understanding of heroism, justice, and the proper relationship between power and responsibility. The recognition that all his cosmic authority and energy manipulation capabilities were meaningless when confronted with the simple fact of death on such a massive scale created fractures in his worldview that would continue to widen until they consumed his entire moral framework. The journey to Oa that followed Jordan's failed attempts at resurrection was undertaken not in the spirit of seeking guidance or support from the Guardians, but rather as a desperate quest for the additional power that he believed would be necessary to accomplish what his individual ring had proven incapable of achieving. His reasoning, while clearly distorted by grief and trauma, followed a logical progression that had been established by his training and experience. If insufficient power was the obstacle preventing him from protecting those he loved, then the solution was to acquire more power regardless of the cost or the methods required to obtain it. The confrontation with the Guardians that marked the beginning of Jordan's final transformation into Parallax revealed the fundamental incompatibility between his human emotional needs and their cosmic logical perspective. As beings who had deliberately abandoned personal attachments in pursuit of universal objectivity, proved incapable of understanding or addressing the psychological crisis that had consumed their former agent. Their rational explanations about the impossibility of resurrection and the necessity of accepting irreversible loss were perceived by Jordan not as wisdom, but as callous indifference to suffering that demanded response rather than acceptance. The refusal of additional power that might have enabled him to attempt resurrection on a larger scale was interpreted by Jordan as evidence that the Guardians themselves had become obstacles to justice rather than its protectors, beings whose emotional detachment had transformed them into impediments to the very goals they claimed to serve. His perception of their limitations and unwillingness to act according to his understanding of what the situation required marked the point at which his loyalty to the core began to transform into the resentment and hostility that would eventually justify his attacks on the institution he had once served with such distinction and dedication. The systematic assault on Oa that followed Jordan's psychological break was conducted with the same methodical efficiency that had characterized his previous service as a Green Lantern, yet directed toward goals that inverted every principle he had once sworn to uphold and protect. His attacks on individual Guardians were not expressions of random violence or emotional frenzy, but rather calculated attempts to acquire the cosmic power and authority that he believed would be necessary to achieve the resurrection that had become his singular obsession and the only goal that seemed capable of providing meaning to his continued existence. The horror that Jordan's transformation evoked among his former colleagues and allies was intensified by their recognition that the being who was systematically destroying their organization and murdering their leaders was not an OP, external enemy or corrupted outsider, but rather one of their own, someone whose heroic service and moral clarity had previously served as an example and inspiration for other core members. The realization that even the most dedicated and apparently incorruptible lanterns could be transformed into instruments of destruction under sufficient pressure created existential questions about the fundamental stability of their entire enterprise and the reliability of the screening and training methods that had been developed to prevent such catastrophic failures. The green energy that Jordan absorbed from each defeated Guardian and destroyed power source was not simply additional fuel for his cosmic abilities, but rather the accumulated will and determination of beings whose dedication to universal justice had spanned millions of years and countless acts of heroism and sacrifice. The irony that he was using the life force of cosmic protectors to power his quest to undo a single act of destruction was lost on consciousness that had been reduced to a singular focus that could not acknowledge any consideration beyond the overwhelming need to restore what had been lost. The central power battery itself, the cosmic heart of the Green Lantern Corps, and the source of energy that had powered acts of heroism throughout the galaxy for eons, became the ultimate target of Jordan's assault, as he sought to claim power sufficient for acts of cosmic engineering that would enable him to reshape reality according to his will, rather than accepting the limitations that the universe had imposed upon even the most advanced forms of consciousness and authority. The destruction of this cosmic monument to collective will and universal justice marked not only the end of the Corps as an effective organization, but also the symbolic victory of individual obsession over institutional wisdom and cosmic perspective. The transformation of Hal Jordan into Parallax was not simply a matter of acquiring additional power or abandoning previous moral constraints, but rather represented a fundamental alteration in the nature of his consciousness and the principles that governed his understanding of existence and responsibility. The being who emerged from the ruins of Oa bore little resemblance to the test pilot who had accepted Abin Sur's ring years earlier, though traces of his original personality and capabilities remained embedded within the cosmic entity he had become through his absorption of power that had never been intended for individual possession or control. The name Parallax, which Jordan adopted for his transformed state, reflected both his altered perspective on existence and his recognition that he had become something fundamentally different from what he had been before. Coast City's destruction shattered the philosophical foundations that had previously guided his choices and actions. The term itself suggested deviation from established paths and normal patterns, the kind of divergence from accepted trajectories that characterized his new approach to cosmic responsibility and universal justice. The powers that Jordan wielded as Parallax exceeded anything that had been achieved by previous wielders of Green Lantern energy, incorporating not only the combined will of the Guardians he had absorbed, but also the accumulated knowledge and capabilities that their eons of existence had encompassed. His ability to manipulate space and time, to resurrect the dead and reshape reality according to his desires, represented the fulfillment of every fantasy about unlimited power, while also demonstrating the terrible corruption that such power could impose upon consciousness that lacked the wisdom and restraint necessary to wield it appropriately. The cosmic campaigns that Parallax undertook in pursuit of his obsession with undoing Coast City's destruction took him across multiple dimensions and through layers of reality that existed beyond normal space-time, as he sought to find some configuration of existence where his loss had not occurred or could be reversed through sufficient application of power and determination. These journeys revealed both the vast scope of his enhanced capabilities and the fundamental futility of his quest, as even cosmic-level power proved incapable of changing events that had been integrated into the basic structure of universal history and causality. The resistance that other cosmic entities and dimensional guardians offered to Parallax's reality-altering campaigns demonstrated that even unlimited power was subject to constraints and limitations when it came into conflict. with fundamental principles that governed the relationship between consciousness and existence throughout the multiverse. The battles that resulted from these encounters tested the scope of Jordan's enhanced abilities, while also revealing the isolation and spiritual emptiness that characterized his transformed state, as the power he had gained through destruction and absorption proved incapable of providing the satisfaction and meaning that he had lost with Coast City's annihilation. The selection of Kyle Rayner as the sole surviving Green Lantern represented both an act of desperation by the Last Guardian and a final attempt to preserve something of the Corps' mission and values despite the catastrophic destruction that Parallax had inflicted upon their organization and cosmic authority. The young artist who received the final power ring possessed none of the traditional qualifications that had previously been required for Green Lantern service, yet his creative spirit and fundamental decency suggested potential for growth and development that might eventually enable him to carry forward the legacy that Jordan's transformation had seemingly destroyed forever. The weight of responsibility that fell upon Rayner's shoulders was unprecedented in the history of the Green Lantern Corps, as he found himself serving not as one member of a vast organization with extensive support systems and accumulated wisdom, but rather as the sole representative of ideals and principles that had previously been maintained through the cooperation of thousands of beings across the galaxy. The ring that he inherited carried within it not only cosmic power, but also the accumulated expectations and hopes of countless civilizations that had relied upon Green Lantern protection for their safety and continued existence. The challenge of functioning as the last Lantern required Rayner to develop capabilities and perspectives that went far beyond what traditional Corps training had provided, as he was forced to serve simultaneously as Cosmic Guardian, institutional memory, and symbolic representative of everything the Corps had stood for during its golden age. His lack of formal training was both obstacle and advantage, preventing him from being constrained by conventional approaches, while also leaving him without the philosophical framework and technical knowledge that had enabled previous Lanterns to function effectively in cosmic-level situations. The relationship between Rayner and the legacy of his predecessors was complicated by his awareness that he was attempting to fill roles that had previously required thousands of dedicated beings working in concert, while also being inspired by their example to exceed his own limitations and develop capabilities that his background and experience had not prepared him to possess. The stories and legends of Green Lantern heroism that he learned through his connection to the ring provided both guidance and intimidation, showing him what was possible, while also emphasizing the enormous gap between his current abilities and the standards that had been established by generations of Cosmic Guardians. The reconstruction efforts that Rayner undertook in attempting to rebuild something resembling the Green Lantern Corps were hindered not only by practical limitations of resources and authority, but also by the psychological challenges of overcoming the trauma and despair that Parallax's rampage had created throughout the galactic community. The civilizations that had previously relied upon Green Lantern protection had been forced to develop alternative approaches to security and conflict resolution, while the cosmic balance that the Corps had maintained was gradually being filled by forces that did not necessarily share their commitment to justice and universal principles. The loneliness that characterized Rayner's existence as the last Lantern was intensified by his awareness that the cosmic void left by the Corps' destruction was being filled by entities and organizations whose approaches to power and responsibility might lead to forms of tyranny and oppression that the Green Lanterns had previously prevented through their presence and vigilance. His individual efforts, however heroic and well-intentioned, could not provide the comprehensive coverage and institutional authority that had made the Corps effective as a force for cosmic justice and universal law enforcement. The enemies that emerged to challenge Rayner during his period as the sole Green Lantern were drawn not only by the opportunity to settle old scores with the Corps, but also by the recognition that the cosmic balance that had previously prevented their ambitions was now vulnerable to assault and exploitation. The challenges he faced were magnified by his isolation and inexperience, while also being complicated by the need to protect not only immediate victims but also the very concept of Green Lantern justice that his survival represented for countless beings throughout the galaxy who continued to hope for the Corps' eventual restoration. The philosophical burden that Rayner carried as the keeper of Green Lantern tradition extended beyond his individual responsibilities to encompass broader questions about the nature of institutional memory, the meaning of legacy, and the ways in which principles and values could survive the destruction of the organizations and beings that had originally embodied them. His struggle to maintain core ideals while adapting to circumstances that had never been anticipated by traditional doctrine demonstrated both the flexibility and the limitations of philosophical frameworks that had been developed during periods of stability and institutional strength. The hope that sustained Rayner throughout his period of isolation and seemingly impossible responsibility was not based on realistic assessment of his capabilities or prospects for success, but rather on faith in the fundamental principles that had guided Green Lantern's service since the Corps' founding, and belief that consciousness dedicated to justice and protection of the innocent could overcome any obstacle when guided by sufficient will and determination. This hope would eventually prove justified, though not in ways that anyone could have anticipated during the dark years when the green light seemed permanently extinguished and the cosmic order that had depended upon it appeared to be crumbling into chaos and conflict that threatened to consume the achievements of countless civilizations throughout the galaxy. The legacy of Coast City's destruction and Jordan's transformation into Parallax would continue to influence cosmic events and Green Lantern Corps operations for generations after the immediate crisis had passed, serving as both cautionary tale about the dangers of unlimited power, divorced from institutional restraint, and tragic reminder of how even the greatest heroes could be broken by loss that exceeded their capacity to process and accept. The lessons learned from this catastrophic period would eventually lead to fundamental changes in core philosophy and methodology, while also demonstrating the importance of psychological support systems and emotional resilience in maintaining the character and effectiveness of beings who carried responsibilities that extended beyond individual capabilities and normal understanding. In the aftermath of Parallax's cosmic rampage and the systematic destruction of everything that had given the Green Lantern Corps its power and purpose, the universe found itself confronting a void that extended far beyond the mere absence of a cosmic police force to encompass the elimination of principles and ideals that had provided structure and meaning to interstellar civilization for millions of years. The silence that filled the space once occupied by Oa's gleaming citadels was more than simple emptiness. It was the absence of hope itself, the cosmic acknowledgement that consciousness and will, however noble and determined, could be insufficient to protect what mattered most when confronted with forces that operated beyond the boundaries of traditional heroism and conventional understanding of justice. The scattered remnants of the Green Lantern Corps who had survived Parallax's assault found themselves not only bereft of their power source and institutional support, but also psychologically shattered by the recognition that their greatest hero had become their most devastating enemy, that the very qualities of determination and refusal to accept defeat that had made him legendary among his peers had been transformed into instruments of destruction that had claimed the lives of beings they had revered as immortal guides and protectors. The trauma of this betrayal was intensified by their understanding that Jordan's transformation had not been the result of external corruption or alien influence, but rather the inevitable consequence of human emotional nature, confronting loss that exceeded its capacity for processing and acceptance. The cosmic balance that had been maintained through millions of years of Green Lantern service began to shift and deteriorate as news of the Corps' destruction spread throughout the galaxy, emboldening enemies who had previously been contained by the threat of green light intervention, while also demoralizing allies and protected populations who had relied upon Lantern assistance for their security and continued development. The ripple effects of Oa's fall extended across every sector of known space as civilizations that had developed under Green Lantern protection found themselves forced to confront threats and challenges that they had never needed to face independently. The various attempts by surviving cosmic entities and advanced civilizations to fill the void left by the Green Lantern Corps proved inadequate to the scale of the challenge, while also demonstrating the unique characteristics that had made the original organization effective in ways that simple military force or technological superiority could not replicate. The combination of individual heroism with institutional wisdom, of personal courage with cosmic perspective, of moral clarity with practical flexibility that had characterized Green Lantern's service, could not be easily reconstructed or replaced by organizations that lacked the philosophical foundations and accumulated experience that had been destroyed along with Oa itself. The emergence of Kyle Rayner as the unwitting inheritor of this cosmic legacy occurred through circumstances that seemed to mock the careful selection processes and extensive training programs that had previously characterized Green Lantern recruitment as the last Guardian's desperate gift of the final power ring to a young artist who possessed no knowledge of cosmic law enforcement or universal justice, seemed to represent the complete abandonment of standards and procedures that had been developed through millennia of experience and refinement. Yet this apparent randomness in selection would eventually prove to be guided by wisdom that operated according to principles deeper and more subtle than conventional evaluation methods could encompass. The psychological profile that Kyle Rayner presented as a potential Green Lantern violated virtually every criterion that had previously been established for Corps membership, as his background in commercial art and graphic design provided no obvious preparation for cosmic responsibility, while his youth and relative inexperience with adversity suggested that he lacked the character development and moral foundation that had been considered essential for wielding power that could reshape worlds and determine the fate of entire civilizations. Yet beneath these apparent disadvantages lay qualities that would prove essential for the unprecedented challenges that the lone Green Lantern would face in attempting to maintain cosmic justice without institutional support or traditional resources. The creativity that had driven Rayner's artistic pursuits proved surprisingly relevant to the challenges of ring construct formation and energy manipulation, as his visual imagination and spatial reasoning capabilities enabled him to create manifestations of will that were both more sophisticated and more adaptable than the traditional forms that had been taught to previous generations of patients. Lanterns through established training protocols, his constructs reflected not only functional efficiency, but also aesthetic considerations and symbolic meanings that enhanced their effectiveness, while also demonstrating new possibilities for the creative application of cosmic energy that had not been explored by beings whose backgrounds were more conventional or militaristic. The isolation that defined Rayner's existence as the last Lantern was compounded by his awareness that he was attempting to fulfill responsibilities that had previously been distributed among thousands of dedicated beings whose combined knowledge and experience far exceeded anything that a single individual could hope to master or replicate. The sectors of space that had once been protected by specialized lanterns with appropriate training and cultural background were now his sole responsibility, requiring him to develop expertise in areas ranging from interstellar diplomacy to xenobiological crisis management that would have challenged even veteran Corps members working within established support systems. The learning process that Rayner underwent during his early years as the sole Green Lantern was characterized by the kind of trial and error methodology that would have been considered unacceptably dangerous during the Corps' operational period, as he was forced to acquire essential knowledge and skills through direct confrontation with threats and challenges that might have destroyed him, if not for the combination of artistic creativity and stubborn determination that enabled him to find unconventional solutions to problems that traditional lantern training had not adequately prepared him to address. The relationship between Rayner and the memory of his predecessors was both inspiring and intimidating, as he struggled to live up to standards of heroism and effectiveness that had been established by beings whose lifetimes of service and accumulated wisdom far exceeded his own brief experience with cosmic responsibility. The rings stored information about previous lanterns, provided him with examples and guidance, while also emphasizing the enormous distance between his current capabilities and the levels of competence and moral development that had characterized the Corps during its golden age. The enemies that tested Rayner during his period as the Last Lantern included not only traditional cosmic threats that sought to exploit the Corps' absence, but also entities specifically drawn by the opportunity to claim Power Ring, technology, and Green Lantern knowledge that was no longer protected by institutional safeguards and collective resistance. His battles were complicated by his lack of experience with cosmic-level opponents, while also being intensified by the symbolic significance of his survival as the final representative of principles and ideals that many forces throughout the universe preferred to see permanently eliminated. The psychological pressure of serving as the sole repository of Green Lantern tradition, while also attempting to function as an effective cosmic guardian, created stresses that would have broken most beings, regardless of their power levels or institutional support. Rayner's survival and continued effectiveness under these circumstances demonstrated not only his individual resilience, but also the fundamental strength of the principles that had guided Green Lantern service since the Corps founding, showing that these ideals could persist and find expression even when the organizations and beings that had originally embodied them had been destroyed or corrupted beyond recognition. The gradual development of Rayner's capabilities and understanding during his years of isolation revealed both the potential for individual growth under extreme pressure and the limitations that even the most dedicated and talented beings faced when attempting to fulfill responsibilities that had been designed for collective rather than individual implementation. His evolution from uncertain inheritor to competent cosmic guardian demonstrated that the essence of Green Lantern service lay not in formal training or institutional authorization, but in the fundamental commitment to justice and protection of the innocent that could find expression through any being willing to accept its demands and challenges. The hope that Rayner represented for the eventual restoration of the Green Lantern Corps was based not on his individual achievements or growing competence, though these were significant, but rather on his demonstration that the principles and ideals that had guided the organization could survive its destruction and continue to inspire effective action in service of universal justice. His existence as the last lantern proved that the green light could shine even in the darkest circumstances, that will and determination could overcome obstacles that seemed insurmountable, and that heroism could find expression even when traditional support systems and institutional frameworks had been eliminated or rendered ineffective. The legacy that Kyle Rayner began to establish during his period as the sole Green Lantern would eventually encompass not only his individual contributions to cosmic law enforcement, but also his role in preserving and transmitting the essential spirit of the Corps during its period of greatest crisis, ensuring that the principles and values that had guided millions of years of heroic service would survive to inspire future generations when circumstances eventually allowed for the organization's restoration and renewal. His story became proof that even the most catastrophic failures and devastating losses could be overcome when consciousness remained committed to ideals that transcended individual existence and personal interests to serve purposes that benefited all conscious beings throughout the infinite reaches of space and time. In the darkest hour of cosmic history, when the green light had been extinguished and the universe mourned the fall of its greatest protectors, there stirred in the depths of knowledge and memory forces that had long been forgotten, truths that had been buried beneath layers of institutional wisdom and cosmic authority, revelations that would ultimately prove that even the most catastrophic failures could contain within them the seeds of redemption and renewal beyond anything that consciousness had dared to hope or imagine possible. The path back from the abyss that had claimed Hal Jordan and destroyed the Green Lantern Corps would require not only the courage to confront uncomfortable truths about the nature of heroism and corruption, but also the wisdom to understand that some forms of evil were so fundamental and ancient that they could masquerade as heroic transformation, while working to accomplish their own malevolent purposes through the very beings who believed themselves to be serving justice and cosmic order. The revelation that would eventually transform tragedy into hope began with the patient research and investigation conducted by beings who had known Hal Jordan during his years of exemplary service as a Green Lantern, and who refused to accept that such a fundamentally decent and heroic consciousness could have been transformed into an instrument of cosmic destruction through grief alone, however profound and overwhelming that grief might have been. These individuals, including surviving members of Earth's superhuman community and cosmic entities who had worked alongside Jordan during his most distinguished missions, pursued lines of inquiry that conventional wisdom dismissed as wishful thinking or denial of obvious evidence about human psychological fragility under extreme stress. The first clues that suggested an alternative explanation for Jordan's transformation came from detailed analysis of the energy signatures and behavioral patterns that had characterized his actions as Parallax, revealing subtle but consistent anomalies that were difficult to reconcile with what was known about human psychology and the normal effects of trauma upon consciousness. The being who had systematically destroyed the Green Lantern Corps had displayed capabilities and knowledge that exceeded what even the most powerful human lantern should have been able to access, while also demonstrating forms of strategic thinking and cosmic awareness that seemed to originate from sources beyond Jordan's previous experience and training. The investigation that followed these initial discoveries led researchers into archives and repositories of cosmic knowledge that had not been consulted for millions of years. Ancient records that spoke of entities and forces that predated the current cosmic order and the establishment of the Green Lantern Corps itself. These documents, preserved in languages and symbolic systems that required extensive scholarly effort to translate and interpret, contained references to beings of pure emotion that existed as fundamental forces rather than individual consciousness. Entities that could influence and corrupt other forms of life through psychological and spiritual channels. That normal defenses were not designed to address or resist. The entity identified in these ancient texts as Parallax was not the transformed Hal Jordan, but rather a cosmic parasite of immense power and malevolent intelligence, a being composed of pure fear that had existed since the earliest days of consciousness in the universe, and that fed upon the terror and despair of sentient beings while seeking to expand its influence through corruption of individuals, whose heroic nature and cosmic authority could serve as vehicles for its destructive purposes. The discovery that this entity had been imprisoned within the central power battery for eons, contained by guardian power, and will yet never completely eliminated, provided new context for understanding both the core original mission and the methods of its ultimate destruction. The psychological mechanism through which Parallax had achieved its influence over Hal Jordan was revealed to be far more sophisticated than simple exploitation of grief and trauma, involving instead a systematic campaign of corruption that had begun long before Coast City's destruction, and that had used the human lantern's growing cosmic awareness and expanding responsibilities as opportunities to introduce subtle influences that gradually eroded his psychological defenses and moral clarity. The entity had recognized in Jordan's human emotional nature both a vulnerability to be exploited and a power source to be claimed, using his love for his homeworld and his people as leverage to guide him toward choices that would eventually create the conditions necessary for complete possession and control. The revelation that Jordan's transformation into a cosmic destroyer had been the result of parasitic influence rather than genuine character corruption provided hope for his eventual restoration, while also revealing the enormous complexity of the task that such restoration would require. The separation of human consciousness from cosmic parasite would demand not only power sufficient to overcome an entity that had absorbed the will of the Guardians themselves, but also the surgical precision necessary to extract alien influence without destroying the host consciousness that had been so thoroughly infiltrated and dominated that distinguishing between original personality and parasitic overlay had become virtually impossible. The coalition of heroes and cosmic entities that eventually assembled to attempt Jordan's liberation represented one of the most diverse and unlikely alliances in the history of galactic cooperation, bringing together beings whose previous relationships had been characterized by suspicion, rivalry, or outright hostility in service of a goal that transcended their individual differences and competing interests. The inclusion of former enemies and traditional adversaries in this rescue effort demonstrated both the universal recognition of what had been lost with the core's destruction and the cosmic significance of what might be regained through Jordan's successful restoration to his original, heroic nature. The process of separating Parallax from Hal Jordan required not only direct confrontation with an entity whose power exceeded that of most cosmic forces, but also psychological and spiritual intervention that could reach the human consciousness buried beneath layers of parasitic influence and alien corruption. The technique developed for this separation drew upon knowledge and methodologies from across the galaxy, combining technological innovation with mystical wisdom and emotional understanding in ways that reflected the diverse perspectives and capabilities of the beings who had committed themselves to Jordan's rescue and redemption. The moment of separation itself was characterized by explosive release of energies that had been building for years within the combined entity of human consciousness and cosmic parasite, as forces that had been unnaturally merged were violently divorced and returned to their original configurations. The Parallax entity, stripped of its human host and the emotional connections that had enabled it to function effectively in three-dimensional reality, found itself weakened and vulnerable to containment methods that had been developed specifically to prevent its escape and renewed influence upon susceptible consciousness throughout the universe. The restoration of Hal Jordan to his original human consciousness was not simply a matter of removing alien influence, but rather required extensive healing and reconstruction of psychological structures that had been damaged or corrupted during his possession by Parallax. The process of recovery involved not only dealing with the trauma of Coast City's destruction, which remained a genuine loss requiring genuine grief, but also confronting the knowledge of everything he had done while under parasitic influence, accepting responsibility for actions that had been taken by his body and mind, while his true consciousness had been suppressed or displaced by alien control. The guilt and self-recrimination that Jordan experienced upon full restoration of his memory and moral clarity created new challenges for his psychological recovery, as he struggled to distinguish between actions that reflected his true character and those that had been the result of parasitic manipulation and control. The support provided by allies and friends who understood the nature of his possession proved essential for his gradual acceptance that consciousness, under such complete external control, could not be held fully responsible for actions taken during periods of diminished capacity and alien influence. The investigation into the original imprisonment of Parallax within the central power battery revealed systematic gaps in Guardian knowledge and institutional memory that suggested deliberate concealment or suppression of information about the entity and the circumstances that had led to its containment. The discovery that the Guardians had been aware of Parallax's nature and potential for corruption, yet had failed to adequately prepare the Corps for dealing with its influence, raised troubling questions about their judgment and honesty, while also explaining certain inconsistencies and limitations that had characterized Corps operations throughout its history. The decision to restore the Guardians themselves from whatever state of existence they had been reduced to by Parallax's assault required extensive research into the nature of their consciousness and the mechanisms that had enabled their immortality and cosmic authority throughout the eons of their service as universal administrators. The process of their restoration was complicated by the need to incorporate lessons learned from their previous failures, while also maintaining the essential characteristics that had made them effective guides and coordinators for Cosmic A law enforcement operations on the scale that Green Lantern service required. The rebuilt Guardians who emerged from this restoration process were fundamentally altered by their experience of destruction and the knowledge of their own fallibility that such experience had forced upon them, displaying greater humility and emotional awareness than their predecessors, while retaining the cosmic perspective and accumulated wisdom that made them valuable leaders and advisors for the reconstituted Corps. Their recognition of the role that their own emotional limitations had played in creating conditions that enabled Parallax's corruption of Jordan led to significant changes in their approach to Corps administration and individual Lantern support that would influence all subsequent operations and policies. The reconstruction of OA itself was undertaken not simply as a restoration of previous facilities and systems, but as an opportunity to incorporate new understanding and improved methodologies that had been developed through analysis of what had gone wrong during the previous cosmic cycle, and how similar failures might be prevented in future iterations of Green Lantern service. The new central power battery was designed with enhanced safeguards and monitoring systems that would prevent the kind of parasitic infiltration that had enabled Parallax's influence, while also providing better support for Lanterns facing psychological and emotional challenges that might make them vulnerable to corruption or exploitation. The recruitment process for the new Green Lantern Corps incorporated lessons learned from both the successes and failures of previous selection methodologies, placing greater emphasis on psychological stability and emotional resilience, while also maintaining the high standards of courage, intelligence, and moral character that had always characterized effective cosmic guardians. The screening procedures developed for identifying potential Corps members included not only evaluation of individual capabilities, but also assessment of support systems and community connections that could provide psychological anchoring during periods of stress and challenge. The training programs established for new recruits reflected the hard-won knowledge that effective Green Lantern service required not only technical competence and physical courage, but also emotional intelligence and psychological tools for maintaining mental health and moral clarity under the enormous pressures that cosmic responsibility inevitably created. The curriculum expanded to include components focused on recognizing and resisting various forms of mental influence and corruption, while also providing resources for processing trauma and maintaining personal relationships that could serve as sources of strength and stability during difficult periods. The philosophical foundations of the reconstituted Corps were broadened to acknowledge explicitly the emotional and psychological dimensions of consciousness that had been inadequately addressed in previous iterations of Green Lantern doctrine, recognizing that effective cosmic service required not the suppression or transcendence of personal feelings, but rather their integration with universal principles in ways that strengthened rather than compromised commitment to justice and protection of the innocent. The new understanding embraced emotion as a source of strength rather than weakness when properly channeled and directed toward constructive purposes. The relationship between individual lanterns and the restored guardians was restructured to provide greater mutual communication and shared decision-making, reflecting recognition that effective cosmic law enforcement required perspectives and insights that could only come from beings who maintained direct contact with the populations and situations they were sworn to protect. The rigid hierarchy that had previously characterized Corps organization was modified to allow for greater flexibility and individual initiative, while maintaining the coordination and unified purpose that made collective action effective. On cosmic scales, the symbolic significance of the Corps' restoration extended far beyond practical considerations of cosmic law enforcement to encompass broader questions about the possibility of redemption and renewal after catastrophic failure, the resilience of principles and ideals when tested by ultimate challenges, and the capacity of consciousness to learn from experience and emerge stronger from trials that might have seemed fatal to institutions and individuals alike. The green light that once again began to shine from Oa carried with it not only the promise of renewed protection, but also the hard-won wisdom that came from understanding both the potential and the limitations of heroic service. The first missions undertaken by the restored Green Lantern Corps were conducted with careful attention to the lessons learned from previous failures, while also serving as tests of new methodologies and approaches that had been developed during the period of reconstruction and renewal. The success of these initial operations validated the changes that had been implemented, while also providing opportunities for further refinement and adjustment of techniques that would enable the Corps to function more effectively than its predecessor, while avoiding the vulnerabilities that had enabled its destruction. The integration of human perspectives and approaches into Corps doctrine and methodology was facilitated by Hal Jordan's restoration to active service and Kyle Rayner's continued participation as a full Corps member, providing the organization with insights and capabilities that reflected the unique contributions that Earth's dominant species could make to cosmic civilization when their individual creativity and emotional engagement were properly supported and channeled toward universal purposes. The human element that had once been viewed as potential weakness was recognized as essential strength that enhanced rather than compromised the core's effectiveness. The cosmic balance that began to emerge with the Green Lantern Corps' restoration was different from what had existed previously, incorporating new understanding about the relationship between order and freedom, authority and responsibility, individual consciousness, and collective purpose that had been developed through analysis of what had gone wrong and how similar failures might be prevented in future. The green light that spread across the galaxy carried with it not only renewed hope, but also evolved wisdom that promised more effective protection and more sustainable approaches to cosmic justice. The legacy of destruction and renewal that marked this period in Green Lantern history would influence cosmic civilization for generations to come, serving as both cautionary tale about the vulnerabilities that even the most heroic consciousness faced when confronted with forces beyond normal understanding, an inspiring example of how catastrophic failure could be transformed into opportunity for growth and improvement when approached with sufficient wisdom, courage, and commitment to principles that transcended immediate circumstances and personal interests. The core that emerged from this trial by fire was not simply a restoration of what had been lost, but rather an evolution towards something stronger and more resilient than anything that had existed before. In the cosmic aftermath of restoration and renewal, when the Green Lantern Corps had been rebuilt upon foundations strengthened by hard-won wisdom and the bitter lessons of catastrophic failure, the universe itself began to reveal secrets that had been hidden since the dawn of consciousness, truths about the fundamental nature of existence that would challenge every assumption about emotion, power, and the delicate balance that maintained order throughout the infinite reaches of space and time. These revelations would transform cosmic civilization's understanding of the forces that drove all sentient behavior, while also unleashing conflicts that would test the renewed core beyond anything they had faced during their previous incarnation. Battles that would determine not merely the fate of individual worlds or civilizations, but the very nature of consciousness itself throughout all possible realities. The discovery of the emotional spectrum as a complete system, rather than the limited green energy that had powered the core for millions of years, began with observations and experiments conducted by beings whose understanding of cosmic forces had been expanded by their experience of loss and restoration. Consciousness that had been forced to confront the limitations of traditional approaches to universal justice and cosmic law enforcement. The research that revealed the existence of other colored lights representing different fundamental emotions was not accidental discovery, but rather the inevitable result of systematic investigation into the sources and nature of the power that had been wielded so effectively yet understood so incompletely by generations of Green Lanterns. The red light of rage was the first of the alternative spectrum energies to manifest itself as an organized force, emerging from the accumulated fury and resentment of beings whose suffering had been ignored or inadequately addressed by traditional cosmic authority, and whose experience of injustice had convinced them that anger was not merely an emotional response, but a tool of transformation that could reshape reality according to principles of vengeance and retribution, rather than the measured justice that the Green Lantern Corps had represented throughout its long history of service and protection. At the center of this crimson maelstrom stood the being known as Atrocitus, whose name had become synonymous with justified rage, and whose personal history encompassed some of the most horrific atrocities ever committed in the name of cosmic order, making him both victim and perpetrator in cycles of violence that had begun with the Manhunter Massacre of his homeworld, and had continued through his own bloody campaigns of revenge against those he held responsible for the destruction of everything he had ever valued or loved. His transformation from survivor to avenger represented one possible response to cosmic-level trauma and the complete failure of existing institutions to provide justice or protection for those who suffered under systems that prioritized abstract order over individual consciousness and personal dignity. The planet Ryut, which served as the primary base for the Red Lantern Corps that Atrocitus assembled from beings whose rage matched his own, was itself a monument to the failures of cosmic civilization and the inadequacy of traditional approaches to justice when confronted with suffering that exceeded normal categories of crime and punishment. The world had been transformed from a thriving center of culture and learning into a charnel house of perpetual fury, where the very atmosphere was tainted with the blood and anguish of beings whose pain had been refined and concentrated into weapons of cosmic vengeance that could channel pure rage into forms of power that rivaled anything achieved through will or determination. The recruitment process that Atrocitus employed for building his core of vengeance was based not on careful evaluation of character and capability, but rather on the simple identification of beings whose personal experience of injustice and loss had created reservoirs of rage sufficient to power the red light of anger, while also providing the psychological motivation necessary for the kind of absolute commitment to destructive purposes that his war against cosmic order would require. The diversity of species represented in the Red Lantern Corps reflected the universal nature of suffering and the way that pain could transcend biological and cultural differences to create unity based on shared experience of injustice and common desire for revenge against those responsible. The philosophy that guided Red Lantern operations was both simpler and more complex than the elaborate ethical frameworks that had been developed to govern Green Lantern service, as it was based on the fundamental principle that those who had been wronged possessed the right to seek retribution against their oppressors, regardless of the broader implications of such action for cosmic stability or universal order. Yet beneath this apparent simplicity lay sophisticated understanding of the psychological and political forces that maintained systems of oppression and the strategic thinking necessary to identify and target the most effective pressure points for bringing about revolutionary change through the application of focused anger and coordinated violence. The weapons and techniques that the Red Lanterns developed for expressing their rage in constructive yet destructive ways reflected both their emotional state and their practical needs for tools that could challenge the established cosmic order, while also serving their psychological need to express and channel the fury that sustained their existence and powered their resistance to traditional authority. Their constructs were not the carefully crafted manifestations of disciplined will that characterized Green Lantern energy manipulation, but rather raw expressions of emotional force that achieved their effects through intensity and persistence rather than precision and efficiency. The conflicts between Red and Green Lanterns that inevitably arose as both corps expanded their operations and areas of influence were characterized by fundamental philosophical disagreements about the nature of justice and the proper relationship between emotion and authority in cosmic law, enforcement, Where the Green Lanterns sought to maintain order through measured application of will, guided by established principles and institutional wisdom, the Red Lanterns pursued revolutionary change through the direct expression of justified anger and the systematic destruction of systems that had failed to protect the innocent or provide meaningful justice for those who had suffered under cosmic authority. The psychological dynamic that developed between these opposing corps reflected broader tensions within cosmic civilization about the relationship between stability and change, between institutional authority and individual conscience, between the preservation of existing order and the revolutionary transformation that might be necessary to address systemic failures and accumulated injustices that traditional methods had proven incapable of resolving or preventing. The battles between red and green light were not merely conflicts between different colors of cosmic energy, but fundamental debates about the nature of justice conducted through action rather than argument. While rage burned crimson across the cosmic landscape, another form of emotional energy was manifesting itself in regions where fear had been systematically cultivated and refined into instruments of control and domination that challenged the Green Lantern Corps' traditional monopoly on cosmic law enforcement through entirely different methodologies and philosophical foundations. The yellow light of fear was not discovered, but rather deliberately created and weaponized by the being known as Sinestro, whose intimate knowledge of Green Lantern capabilities and institutional weaknesses had enabled him to develop countermeasures and alternative approaches that could challenge core authority while also serving his own vision of what cosmic order should accomplish and how it should be maintained. The former Green Lantern, who had become the master of fear, represented perhaps the most psychologically devastating enemy that the restored Corps could have faced. For his transformation from respected colleague to cosmic tyrant embodied every fear that individual lanterns harbored about their own potential for corruption and the possibility that their power might eventually be turned toward purposes that contradicted everything they had sworn to protect and preserve. Sinestro's fall from grace had not been the result of external influence or alien corruption, but rather the logical consequence of character flaws and philosophical assumptions that had been present from the beginning of his service, yet had remained hidden beneath superficial competence and apparent dedication to core principles. The planet Karuga, which had been transformed under Sinestro's rule from a chaotic world plagued by conflict and disorder into a model of efficiency and social control, served as both demonstration of what fear-based authority could accomplish and warning about the human costs of peace, achieved through systematic suppression of individual freedom and creative expression. The population lived in perfect order and complete security, yet at the price of everything that made existence meaningful beyond mere survival, their lives reduced to mechanical compliance with regulations that anticipated and prevented every possible source of disorder or dissatisfaction. The Sinestro Corps that eventually emerged from this foundation of fear-based control was designed not simply as an alternative to Green Lantern authority, but as a direct challenge to the fundamental assumptions that had guided cosmic law enforcement since the Corps' original founding, demonstrating through practical application that order could be maintained more effectively through the systematic cultivation of terror than through appeals to conscience and voluntary cooperation with established authority. The yellow rings that powered this organization drew their energy from the fear of others rather than the will of their wielders, creating a form of cosmic parasitism that transformed the emotions of potential victims into weapons against established order and traditional heroism. The recruitment methods employed by Sinestro for building his core of fear were based on identification of beings whose psychological profiles indicated potential for wielding terror as a tool of control, while also possessing the intelligence and discipline necessary for membership in an organization whose ultimate goals extended far beyond simple conquest or destruction to encompass fundamental restructuring of cosmic civilization according to principles that prioritize stability over freedom and efficiency over individual dignity. The candidates selected for yellow rings were not necessarily evil in conventional senses, but rather individuals whose experiences and character had led them to conclude that fear was a more reliable foundation for social order than hope or voluntary cooperation. The technology that enabled the creation and distribution of yellow power rings represented significant advances over traditional Green Lantern equipment, incorporating innovations and improvements that reflected both Sinestro's intimate knowledge of ring capabilities and his access to resources and information that had been denied to him during his legitimate service in the Corps. The enhanced capabilities of fear-based rings demonstrated not only the potential for emotional spectrum manipulation beyond traditional will-based approaches, but also the dangers of allowing such technology to be deployed by beings whose commitment to cosmic justice had been replaced by dedication to personal vision and authoritarian control. The philosophical framework that Sinestro developed to justify his core of fear was sophisticated and internally consistent, based on arguments about the fundamental nature of consciousness and social organization that contained sufficient truth to convince intelligent beings, while concealing the authoritarian assumptions and tyrannical objectives that were its ultimate purpose. His vision of cosmic order, maintained through systematic fear, appealed to those who had grown weary of conflict and uncertainty, while also providing intellectual justification for methods that more emotionally engaged observers would have recognized as fundamentally destructive to everything that made existence worthwhile. The war between the Sinestro Corps and the Green Lantern Corps that followed the Yellow Ring's deployment across the galaxy was not simply a conflict between opposing military forces, but rather a fundamental test of competing philosophies about the nature of justice, the proper role of emotion in cosmic law enforcement, and the relationship between individual freedom and collective security that would determine the future development of interstellar civilization. The battles themselves were characterized by unprecedented levels of destruction and casualties, as both sides employed weapons and techniques that exceeded anything used in previous cosmic conflicts. The psychological warfare that accompanied physical combat between the two corps reflected the deeper ideological differences that separated their approaches to cosmic responsibility, as each side sought not only to defeat their opponents militarily, but also to demonstrate the superiority of their fundamental assumptions about consciousness, society, and the proper relationship between power and authority. The yellow light wielders used terror not merely as a weapon but as an argument for their worldview, while Green Lanterns responded with demonstrations of courage and hope that were intended to prove the possibility of alternatives to fear-based social control. While fear and will clashed across the cosmic battlefields, other forms of emotional energy were beginning to manifest themselves as organized forces with their own agendas and methodologies for addressing the challenges that faced conscious beings throughout the universe. The blue light of hope emerged from sources that had observed the conflicts between red and green, yellow and will, and had concluded that none of these approaches adequately addressed the fundamental needs that drove conscious behavior and the underlying desires that motivated both heroic service and villainous opposition to established order. The Blue Lantern Corps that formed around the hope energy was led by beings whose understanding of emotional dynamics and psychological motivation had been developed through extensive experience with healing trauma and facilitating recovery from the kinds of devastating loss that had transformed both Hal Jordan and Atrocitus into instruments of destruction and vengeance. Their approach to cosmic service was based not on direct intervention or force projection, but rather on the provision of psychological and spiritual support that could enable other beings to discover within themselves the resources necessary for overcoming adversity and maintaining hope even in the darkest circumstances. The symbiotic relationship that developed between blue and green light revealed previously unknown aspects of the emotional spectrum and the ways in which different forms of emotional energy could interact and enhance each other when properly coordinated and directed toward compatible purposes. The hope energy generated by blue lanterns could amplify and purify will-based constructs, while also providing psychological support that enabled green lanterns to maintain their effectiveness and moral clarity even when facing challenges that might otherwise overwhelm their individual capabilities and determination. The various other corps that emerged during this period of spectrum warfare represented different aspects of consciousness and different approaches to the fundamental problems that had driven the original conflicts between established order and revolutionary change, each offering partial solutions and alternative methodologies, while also demonstrating the complexity and diversity of emotional response that characterized consciousness throughout the universe. The orange light of avarice, the indigo light of compassion, the violet light of love, each represented both potential for positive contribution to cosmic civilization and dangers of excess and corruption when emotional energy was allowed to operate without balance or restraint. The star sapphires, who wielded the violet light of love, demonstrated both the creative potential and the destructive excess that could result from emotional energy focused through the lens of personal attachment and romantic obsession. Their power derived from feelings that were among the most positive and constructive in normal contexts, yet became problematic when amplified to cosmic levels and applied to situations where personal desires might conflict with broader considerations of justice and universal welfare. Their approach to cosmic service was based on the conviction that love was the fundamental force that connected all conscious beings, and that proper understanding and application of this emotion could resolve conflicts and eliminate suffering more effectively than traditional law enforcement methods. The Indigo tribe that channeled the power of compassion operated according to principles that combined elements of both green and blue lantern methodology, while adding unique perspectives on the nature of rehabilitation and the possibility of transforming even the most corrupted consciousness through properly applied empathy and understanding. Their techniques for addressing cosmic-level threats involved not direct confrontation or energy-based combat, but rather psychological intervention and spiritual healing that sought to address the underlying causes of villainous Parmis behavior, rather than simply suppressing its symptoms through superior force. The Agent Orange, who wielded the power of avarice, represented the ultimate expression of individual desire and personal acquisition elevated to cosmic levels, demonstrating both the enormous potential energy that could be generated through focused selfishness and the inevitable isolation and corruption that resulted when consciousness became completely dedicated to personal advancement at the expense of all other considerations. His existence served as both weapon and warning, showing how even positive motivations like ambition and the desire for improvement could become destructive when they were not balanced by consideration for others and commitment to principles that transcended individual benefit. The Black Lantern Corps that emerged during the darkest phase of spectrum warfare represented a force that was fundamentally different from all other emotional energies. drawing its power not from the feelings of the living, but from the absence of emotion that characterized death itself, transforming deceased beings into instruments of cosmic destruction that sought not conquest or control, but rather the elimination of all emotional energy and the return of the universe to the state of perfect stillness and silence that had existed before consciousness first emerged from primordial matter and began the long process of development and growth that had led to current cosmic civilization. The entity known as Necron, who commanded the Black Lanterns, was not a being in any conventional sense, but rather the personification of death as a cosmic force, the inevitable conclusion toward which all existence moved, and the final enemy that all conscious beings would eventually face, regardless of their power, wisdom, or moral development. His assault upon the living universe was not motivated by malice or personal ambition, but rather represented the natural operation of entropy and conclusion, the cosmic principle that all things must end, so that the eternal peace of non-existence could be restored to a universe that had been temporarily disturbed by the emergence of consciousness and will. The resurrection of deceased heroes and villains as Black Lanterns created psychological and strategic challenges that exceeded anything the various corps had previously faced. As beings who had been trusted allies and respected enemies, returned as emotionless instruments of universal destruction, whose knowledge of their former lives and relationships could be weaponized against those who had survived them. The trauma of confronting loved ones and honored adversaries who retained their memories and personalities, yet served purposes dedicated to the elimination of all emotional energy and conscious existence, created stress that tested the psychological resilience of even the most experienced cosmic guardians. The war that erupted between the forces of emotional spectrum energy and the Black Lantern Corps represented more than simple conflict between different approaches to cosmic power, but rather a fundamental struggle for the right of consciousness to exist and develop throughout the universe, with the living defending not only their individual survival, but also the possibility that emotion, creativity, and growth could continue to find expression in cosmic civilization, rather than being replaced by the perfect order and absolute stillness that death represented as the ultimate solution to all suffering and conflict. The temporary alliance that formed between traditionally hostile corps in response to the existential threat posed by the Black Lanterns demonstrated both the unifying power of ultimate necessity and the possibility that consciousness could transcend its usual emotional limitations and categories. When faced with challenges that threatened the very foundations of existence itself, Red Lanterns fought alongside Green ones. Fear Wielders cooperated with Hope Bringers, and Love worked with Rage in combinations that had previously been considered impossible, yet proved essential for mounting effective resistance against enemies whose power was drawn from the absence of all emotional connection and individual identity. The strategy that eventually emerged for defeating the Black Lantern threat required not the elimination of death or the permanent banishment of entropy from cosmic existence, but rather the demonstration that life and consciousness possessed sufficient value and meaning to justify their continued existence, despite the suffering and conflict that inevitably accompanied emotional engagement and individual identity. The white light that briefly united all spectrum energies into a single force represented not conquest over death, but rather affirmation of life's fundamental worth and the conscious choice to embrace existence with all its complexities and challenges, rather than accepting the simplicity of non-existence. The sacrifice that proved necessary for achieving victory over the Black Lanterns involved not only the willing death of beings whose power was essential for generating the white light, but also the acceptance by survivors that their victory was temporary and that the struggle between life and death, consciousness and void, emotion and stillness would continue throughout all future cosmic cycles as the fundamental tension that defined existence itself. The knowledge that death had not been defeated but merely contained provided sobering perspective on the limitations of even spectrum-level power, while also affirming the eternal value of consciousness that chose to persist despite inevitable eventual defeat. The psychological impact of confronting ultimate existential threat and achieving victory through cooperation between traditionally hostile forces created profound changes in how the various corps understood their roles and relationships within cosmic civilization, leading to recognition that their previous conflicts had been based on incomplete understanding of emotional spectrum dynamics and insufficient appreciation for the ways in which different approaches to cosmic service could complement, rather than compete with each other, when properly coordinated and directed toward compatible ultimate objectives. The integration of lessons learned during spectrum warfare into the operational doctrine and training programs of the various corps reflected growing understanding that emotional energy was most effective when it was balanced and moderated by awareness of other spectrum forces rather than being pursued in isolation or opposition to alternative approaches to cosmic responsibility and universal service. The Green Lantern Corps' acknowledgement that will was most powerful when it was supported by hope, moderated by compassion, and informed by understanding of the legitimate concerns that drove rage and fear, demonstrated evolution beyond the rigid ideological positions that had characterized earlier periods of their development. The establishment of cooperative relationships between previously hostile corps required extensive negotiation and compromise, as beings whose fundamental emotional orientations had led them toward conflict learned to identify common ground and shared objectives that could serve as foundations for collaboration despite their obvious differences in methodology and philosophical approach. The success of these diplomatic efforts demonstrated both the possibility of transcending emotional limitations through conscious choice and the practical benefits that could be achieved when diverse perspectives and capabilities were properly coordinated rather than allowed to operate in opposition. The cosmic balance that emerged from spectrum warfare was more complex and dynamic than anything that had existed during previous periods of cosmic history, as multiple forms of emotional energy operated simultaneously throughout the galaxy while maintaining the tension and interaction necessary for continued growth and development, rather than settling into static patterns that might have provided stability at the cost of creativity and evolutionary potential. The recognition that conflict between different emotional approaches was not necessarily destructive, but could serve constructive purposes, when properly managed and directed, provided new frameworks for understanding cosmic civilization, the role of consciousness within universal development, the technology and techniques that were developed during the period of spectrum warfare represented significant advances in understanding the relationship between consciousness and cosmic energy, leading to innovations in ring construction, power battery design, and spectrum manipulation that exceeded anything achieved during previous iterations of cosmic law enforcement. The cross-pollination of ideas and methodologies between different corps led to hybrid approaches that incorporated the strengths of multiple emotional perspectives while avoiding the weaknesses and limitations that had characterized earlier single-spectrum organizations. The philosophical synthesis that began to emerge from extended experience with spectrum dynamics revealed that the emotional forces that powered cosmic consciousness were not fundamentally opposed to each other, but rather represented different aspects of the same underlying reality, different facets of the complex phenomenon of conscious existence that could work together to create forms of understanding and capability that exceeded anything achievable through single emotional approaches. The recognition that will was most effective when informed by hope, guided by compassion, moderated by appropriate fear, and energized by righteous anger, provided new models for cosmic service that transcended traditional categories and limitations. The educational programs that were developed to train beings in multi-spectrum awareness and cooperation represented revolutionary advances in cosmic consciousness development, providing individuals with tools and understanding necessary for accessing and coordinating different forms of emotional energy while maintaining psychological stability and moral clarity despite the enormous complexity and power that such profound capabilities entailed. The success of these programs demonstrated that consciousness could evolve beyond its original emotional limitations when provided with appropriate support and guidance from beings who understood the dynamics and potential dangers of spectrum manipulation. The political implications of spectrum warfare extended far beyond immediate military considerations to encompass fundamental questions about the future structure of cosmic civilization and the proper relationship between different forms of consciousness and emotional expression within universal frameworks of law and governance. The emergence of multiple core, with competing, yet potentially complementary approaches to cosmic service, challenged traditional assumptions about unity and authority, while also providing opportunities for more sophisticated and nuanced responses to the complex challenges that faced interstellar society. The research into spectrum energy dynamics that was conducted during this period revealed previously unknown aspects of consciousness and emotion that had implications extending far beyond immediate practical applications for cosmic law. Enforcement to encompass broader questions about the nature of existence itself and the fundamental forces that drove the development and evolution of sentient beings throughout the universe. The discovery that emotional energy could be quantified, manipulated, and combined in predictable ways suggested that consciousness operated according to principles that could be studied and understood through scientific methodology, while still maintaining the mystery and unpredictability that made individual identity and personal choice meaningful. The legacy of spectrum warfare in the chronicles of cosmic civilization would include not only the immediate changes in how cosmic law enforcement was conducted, but also fundamental shifts in understanding about the relationship between emotion and authority, individual consciousness and collective responsibility, diversity and unity in cosmic service that would influence the development of interstellar society for eons to come. The recognition that effective cosmic civilization required not the suppression of emotional diversity, but rather its integration and coordination, provided new models for governance and cooperation that transcended traditional categories of authority and submission. The White Lantern phenomenon that briefly united all spectrum energies during the climactic battles against the Black Lanterns provided glimpses of what consciousness might become when emotional limitations were transcended through understanding rather than suppression, when different forms of awareness could work together to create capabilities that exceeded the sum of their individual contributions. The temporary nature of this unity served as both inspiration for future development and reminder that such transcendence required constant effort and conscious choice, rather than representing a permanent achievement that could be maintained without ongoing commitment and work. The aftermath of spectrum warfare left the universe fundamentally changed in ways that extended far beyond the obvious modifications to cosmic law enforcement structures and the establishment of multiple corps with different approaches to universal service. The consciousness of beings throughout the galaxy had been expanded through exposure to the full range of emotional spectrum possibilities, while also being sobered by experience of how quickly conflicts between different approaches could escalate to threaten the existence of consciousness itself. The new cosmic order that began to emerge incorporated lessons learned from both the successes and failures of spectrum warfare, while also acknowledging that the achievement of lasting peace and justice would require ongoing effort and failures, continuous adaptation, rather than representing a final victory that could be permanently maintained through any single approach or methodology. The various corps that survived the Spectrum Wars found themselves functioning not as competing organizations, but as complementary aspects of a larger system dedicated to protecting and nurturing consciousness throughout the universe, while respecting the diversity of forms that such consciousness could take and the different approaches it might require for achieving its full potential. The understanding that developed through spectrum warfare about the relationship between emotion and cosmic power provided foundations for new approaches to heroism and cosmic service that incorporated the lessons learned from previous failures, while also embracing the potential for consciousness to continue evolving and developing in directions that could not be predicted or controlled through traditional institutional frameworks. The light that emerged from this period of conflict and synthesis carried within it not only the promise of more effective protection, but also the hope that consciousness itself might continue to grow and develop in ways that would enable it to address whatever challenges the infinite universe might present in future cosmic cycles. The knowledge that emotional spectrum energy was not limited to the 7 colors that had manifested during the wars, but rather represented a continuous range of possibilities that could potentially encompass forms of consciousness and emotional expression that had not yet been discovered or developed, provided infinite hope for future growth and evolution, while also serving as reminder that the work of protecting and nurturing consciousness throughout the universe would never be complete, but would require eternal vigilance and commitment from beings willing to accept cosmic responsibility and the challenges that such acceptance inevitably entailed. In the evolving chronicle of cosmic heroism, where the lessons learned through catastrophe and renewal have reshaped the fundamental understanding of what it means to serve universal justice, there emerges a new chapter that speaks to the infinite potential of consciousness when it embraces diversity, not as obstacle to be overcome, but as strength to be celebrated and cultivated. This is the era of the Infinite Core, when the Green Lantern organization transcended its origins as a single species-dominated institution to become a truly universal fellowship that recognized the unique contributions that every form of consciousness could make to the great work of protecting and nurturing life throughout the cosmos, demonstrating that heroism was not limited to any particular biological configuration or cultural background, but could find expression through any being willing to accept the responsibilities and challenges that cosmic service inevitably entailed. The transformation of the Green Lantern Corps from an organization that had been dominated by traditional approaches and conventional thinking into a truly diverse fellowship that embraced innovation and alternative perspectives was facilitated by the recognition that humanity's integration into cosmic civilization had provided models and methodologies that could serve as templates for incorporating other species whose development had followed non-standard paths and whose contributions to universal justice might require adjustments and accommodations that previous institutional frameworks had not been designed to provide or support adequately. At the forefront of this evolutionary development stood the figure of John Stewart, whose background as an architect and urban planner had prepared him uniquely well for the challenges of cosmic construction and the systematic thinking necessary for building institutions and relationships that could endure across the vast scales of space and time that characterized Green Lantern service. His approach to heroism was characterized by the same methodical precision and attention to detail that had marked his professional career, yet enhanced by the cosmic perspective and enhanced capabilities that ring-wielding provided, while remaining grounded in the practical wisdom that came from understanding how individual components could be assembled into functional systems that served purposes greater than their separate elements. Stewart's military experience, gained through service in the United States Marine Corps during some of the most challenging periods in that organization's distinguished history, provided him with leadership skills and strategic thinking that complemented his architectural background, while also giving him insight into the psychological and organizational factors that enabled diverse groups of individuals to function effectively as unified forces despite their differences in background, training, and personal motivations. His understanding of how discipline and flexibility could be combined to create adaptive yet reliable responses to unexpected challenges proved invaluable when applied to the challenges of cosmic law enforcement and interspecies cooperation. The precision that characterized Stewart's ring constructs reflected both his architectural training and his military discipline, as his manifestations of will were designed not for dramatic impact or artistic expression, but rather for maximum functional efficiency and structural integrity under the stresses and pressures that cosmic-level conflicts inevitably generated. His constructs were marvels of engineering that could maintain their coherence and effectiveness, even when subjected to forces that would have shattered more conventional energy formations, demonstrating how professional expertise and systematic thinking could enhance the basic power of will when properly applied and carefully directed. The leadership responsibilities that Stewart eventually assumed within the rebuilt Green Lantern Corps reflected both his natural capabilities and the organization's growing recognition that effective cosmic service required not only individual heroism, but also administrative competence and institutional thinking that could coordinate diverse capabilities and perspectives into unified responses to challenges that exceeded what any single being could address independently. His role in training new recruits and developing improved operational protocols demonstrated how military discipline could be adapted to cosmic contexts while maintaining the flexibility and individual initiative that made Green Lantern service effective across the enormous variety of situations and environments that Corps members might encounter. The philosophical approach that Stewart brought to Green Lantern service was characterized by pragmatic idealism that sought to achieve the highest principles through practical methods that acknowledged the limitations and constraints that operated even at cosmic levels of authority and capability. His understanding that perfect solutions were rarely available or achievable led him to focus on incremental improvements and systematic progress that could accumulate over time to produce meaningful change while avoiding the kind of overreach and excessive ambition that had contributed to previous catastrophic failures in cosmic law enforcement and universal governance. The relationship between Stewart and the Earth-based superhuman community demonstrated how cosmic service could be integrated with planetary responsibilities and personal relationships without requiring the kind of compartmentalization and secret identity maintenance that had created psychological stress and isolation for previous human Green Lanterns. His openness about his dual roles and his willingness to coordinate his cosmic duties with terrestrial obligations provided models for other beings who sought to maintain connections to their origins while serving universal purposes that might otherwise have demanded complete separation from previous identities and communities. While architectural precision and military discipline found expression through Stewart's methodical approach to cosmic service, a very different form of human consciousness was preparing to join the Green Lantern Corps through circumstances that would test every assumption about the proper relationship between authority and rebellion, establishment and innovation, traditional methods and unconventional approaches to the challenges that faced universal civilization in an era of increasing complexity and evolving threats that required new forms of heroism and alternative strategies for protecting the innocent and maintaining cosmic justice. The being who would become known as Guy Gardner represented perhaps the most challenging integration that the Corps had ever attempted, as his background and personality seemed to violate virtually every criterion that had previously been established for identifying suitable candidates for cosmic authority and universal responsibility. His confrontational approach to problem-solving, his skepticism toward established authority, and his willingness to challenge conventional wisdom and traditional methods appeared to make him fundamentally unsuitable for membership in an organization that had been built upon discipline, cooperation, and respect for the accumulated wisdom of beings whose experience and knowledge far exceeded that of any individual recruit. Yet beneath Gardner's abrasive exterior and apparently rebellious nature lay qualities that would prove essential for the Corps' continued evolution and effectiveness in addressing challenges that required not only courage and determination but also the willingness to question assumptions and explore alternatives that more conventional thinking might overlook or dismiss as inappropriate or dangerous. His background as a teacher and coach had provided him with insights into human psychology and motivation that enabled him to understand and relate to beings whose development and circumstances had led them away from traditional paths of grind, heroism, and cosmic service. The athletic and competitive background that had shaped Gardner's approach to challenges and conflict provided him with understanding of team dynamics and individual motivation that proved surprisingly relevant to the coordination and leadership challenges that characterized cosmic law enforcement in an era when multiple corps, with different emotional orientations and operational methodologies, needed to work together despite their fundamental philosophical differences and competing approaches to universal justice and protection of conscious beings throughout the galaxy. The selection of Gardner as a Green Lantern occurred during a period when the Corps was actively seeking candidates whose perspectives and approaches could provide alternative solutions to problems that traditional methods had proven inadequate to address effectively, reflecting the organization's growing recognition that diversity of thought and methodology was essential for dealing with the increasing complexity of cosmic civilization and the evolving nature of threats that emerged from the interaction between different species, cultures, and technological developments that characterized interstellar society in the post-spectrum warfare era. The training period that Gardner underwent was necessarily different from conventional Green Lantern preparation, as his instructors recognized that his rebellious nature and independent thinking could be valuable assets if properly channeled, while also understanding that traditional approaches to discipline and authority would likely prove counterproductive when applied to someone whose entire life had been characterized by resistance to conventional expectations and established hierarchies of command and control. The ring constructs that Gardner developed reflected both his competitive athletic background and his teaching experience, as his manifestations of will often took the form of sports equipment or educational tools that demonstrated his ability to transform familiar concepts and objects into weapons and instruments that served cosmic purposes while maintaining connections to the experiences and relationships that had shaped his character and provided him with the emotional grounding necessary for maintaining his humanity, despite the enormous scope of his enhanced responsibilities and capabilities. The conflicts that Gardner encountered with traditional Green Lantern authority and established core protocols were not simply expressions of personal rebelliousness or refusal to accept legitimate direction, but rather reflected fundamental disagreements about methodology and approach that eventually led to innovations and improvements in core operations that benefited the entire organization, while also demonstrating the value of perspectives that challenged, rather than simply accepted, conventional wisdom and established procedures that might have become outdated or inadequate for addressing contemporary challenges. The relationships that Gardner formed with other members of the Green Lantern Corps were initially troubled by his unconventional approach and confrontational personality. Yet, over time, these connections evolved into genuine respect and friendship, based on shared commitment to cosmic justice and mutual recognition that different approaches and perspectives could strengthen, rather than weaken, their collective effectiveness when properly integrated and coordinated toward common purposes that transcended individual preferences and personal comfort with familiar methods and established traditions. While Guy Gardner brought unconventional thinking and rebellious energy to the Corps' continued evolution, another form of human consciousness was preparing to join the Cosmic Fellowship through circumstances that would demonstrate how even the most profound psychological challenges and personal limitations could be transformed into sources of strength and inspiration when they were met with sufficient support and understanding from communities dedicated to helping individual potential achieve its fullest expression in service of universal principles and cosmic responsibility that transcended personal circumstances and individual limitations. The woman who would become known as Jessica Cruz represented perhaps the most unlikely candidate for Green Lantern service in the Corps' entire history, as her struggle with anxiety disorders and panic attacks seemed to disqualify her from consideration for roles that required the kind of confidence and psychological stability that cosmic law enforcement had traditionally demanded from its agents. Her personal experience of trauma and her ongoing battle with mental health challenges appeared to make her fundamentally unsuitable for responsibilities that might trigger or exacerbate the very conditions that had already made normal daily life difficult and sometimes overwhelming for her to navigate successfully. Yet the selection of Cruz as a Green Lantern during a period of cosmic crisis demonstrated the Corps' evolving understanding that courage was not the absence of fear, but rather the willingness to act appropriately despite being afraid. That strength could emerge from the process of overcoming personal limitations rather than from the fortunate absence of such challenges, and that the psychological resilience developed through confronting and managing mental health issues could provide unique insights and capabilities that beings who had never faced such struggles might lack when confronted with cosmic-level psychological pressures and existential threats. The ring that came to Cruz was not selected for her through traditional Guardian evaluation and formal recruitment processes, but rather chose her through the kind of cosmic synchronicity that had characterized many of the most significant developments in Green Lantern history, arriving at a moment when her personal circumstances and psychological state created the precise combination of vulnerability and strength that was necessary for the challenges that lay ahead and the contributions that only someone with her particular background and experience could make to the Corps' continued development and effectiveness. The training process that Cruz underwent was necessarily adapted to address her specific psychological needs and personal circumstances, while also providing her with the knowledge and skills that cosmic service would require, demonstrating the Corps' growing sophistication in recognizing that effective heroism could take many different forms, and that the most powerful manifestations of will often emerged from consciousness that had been tested by adversity and had learned to function effectively despite ongoing challenges and limitations that might have defeated less resilient individuals. The constructs that Cruz learned to create through her connection to the green light reflected both her artistic sensibilities and her understanding of the relationship between structure and function that came from her background in graphic design and visual communication. Yet they were also shaped by her experience with anxiety and her hard-won knowledge of how to channel nervous energy and psychological pressure into productive action that served purposes beyond her immediate personal comfort, security. The philosophy that guided Cruz's approach to Green Lantern service was deeply influenced by her personal experience of overcoming limitations and her understanding that heroism was not about the absence of fear or doubt, but rather about the conscious choice to act according to one's principles. Despite the presence of such challenges and the ongoing effort required to maintain effectiveness and moral clarity when operating under psychological pressures that might otherwise prove overwhelming or debilitating to normal consciousness, the relationship between Cruz and her anxiety disorders was transformed through her experience as a Green Lantern from a source of limitation and embarrassment into a tool for understanding and relating to other beings who faced their own psychological challenges and personal struggles with confidence and self-worth. Her demonstration that mental health issues were not incompatible with cosmic heroism provided inspiration and hope for countless individuals throughout the galaxy who had previously believed that their personal limitations disqualified them from meaningful service or significant contribution to universal justice and cosmic civilization. While Jessica Cruz demonstrated how personal struggle could be transformed into cosmic strength, another human consciousness was preparing to join the Green Lantern Corps through circumstances that would test the organization's commitment to diversity and inclusion, while also revealing how different cultural and religious perspectives could enrich rather than complicate the philosophical foundations that guided cosmic service and universal law enforcement in an era when the Corps was actively seeking to incorporate new approaches and alternative methodologies into its operational doctrine and training programs. The man who would become known as Simon Baz represented the intersection of traditional religious faith with cosmic responsibility, as his background as a practicing Muslim provided him with spiritual resources and moral frameworks that complemented rather than competed with the principles that had guided Green Lantern service since the Corps' founding, demonstrating that devotion to universal principles could find expression through beings whose consciousness had been shaped by specific cultural traditions and particular approaches to understanding the relationship between individual conscience and cosmic authority. Baz's selection as a Green Lantern occurred during a period of personal crisis when his commitment to his faith and his loyalty to his family and community had been tested by circumstances that had placed him under suspicion and surveillance by authorities who misunderstood his religious beliefs and cultural background, creating situations where his heroic nature and moral clarity had been forced to operate despite social pressure and institutional prejudice that might have broken less resilient individuals or convinced them to abandon the principles and values that define their identity and purpose. The unique contribution that Baz brought to Green Lantern service was his integration of traditional Islamic principles with cosmic responsibility, demonstrating how religious faith could provide psychological and spiritual resources that enhanced rather than limited the effectiveness of will-based energy manipulation, while also offering alternative approaches to conflict, resolution, and community building that had not been adequately explored by previous generations of core members, whose backgrounds had been shaped by different cultural and philosophical traditions. The constructs that Baz created through his mastery of green light energy reflected both his mechanical aptitude and his spiritual understanding of the relationship between form and purpose, as his manifestations of will often incorporated elements of sacred geometry and religious symbolism that enhanced their effectiveness, while also serving as expressions of faith and devotion that connected his cosmic service to the present, traditional sources of meaning and identity that had shaped his character and provided him with the moral foundation necessary for maintaining his humanity despite the enormous scope of his enhanced responsibilities. The relationship between Baz's religious beliefs and his cosmic duties as a Green Lantern was characterized by synthesis rather than conflict, as his understanding of divine will and cosmic justice revealed common ground and shared principles that transcended the apparent differences between earthly faith and universal law enforcement. His demonstration that devotion to cosmic principles could strengthen rather than weaken traditional religious commitment provided models for other beings whose cultural backgrounds included spiritual elements that might otherwise have been viewed as incompatible with membership in an organization dedicated to secular approaches to universal justice. The challenges that Baz faced in integrating his dual identities as practicing Muslim and cosmic guardian reflected broader questions about the relationship between individual cultural heritage and universal responsibility that had implications extending far beyond his personal situation to encompass fundamental issues about diversity and unity within cosmic civilization. His success in maintaining both commitments, while allowing each to strengthen and enrich the other, demonstrated possibilities for synthesis and integration that had not been adequately explored by previous approaches to multicultural cooperation and interspecies understanding. The impact of multiple human Green Lanterns on the Corps' institutional culture and operational effectiveness was profound and multifaceted, as each individual brought unique perspectives and capabilities that enriched the organization's understanding of consciousness and heroism, while also demonstrating the enormous potential that existed within species whose development had followed non-traditional paths, and whose contributions to cosmic civilization might not be immediately obvious to observers focused on conventional measures of technological advancement or military capability. The collective influence of human perspectives on Green Lantern methodology reflected not only the specific contributions of individual ring-bearers, but also the broader implications of incorporating consciousness that had been shaped by planetary rather than cosmic concerns, beings whose understanding of justice and responsibility had been developed through experience with local communities and personal relationships, rather than abstract, universal principles and institutional frameworks that operated on scales beyond normal individual comprehension or emotional connection. The innovations that human Green Lanterns introduced to core doctrine and operational procedures were not dramatic departures from established tradition, but rather evolutionary developments that incorporated insights and approaches that had been tested through experience with Earth-based heroism and human approaches to conflict resolution, community building, and the coordination of diverse capabilities and perspectives in service of shared goals that required both individual initiative and collective coordination to achieve effectively and sustainably. The creativity that characterized human ring construct formation had influenced other core members to explore new possibilities for energy manipulation and will manifestation that went beyond traditional forms and conventional applications, leading to discoveries and innovations that enhance the effectiveness of all lanterns, while also demonstrating the value of artistic sensibility and visual imagination in the practical application of cosmic power for protective and constructive purposes rather than merely defensive or combative applications. The emotional engagement that human lanterns brought to their cosmic service had helped the Corps develop more sophisticated understanding of the relationship between personal motivation and professional effectiveness, recognizing that the connections and relationships that gave individual existence meaning could serve as sources of strength rather than distraction when properly integrated with cosmic responsibility and universal service. The success of human lanterns in maintaining their humanity while serving cosmic purposes provided evidence that heroism was enhanced rather than compromised by emotional engagement and personal investment in the outcomes of one's actions. The integration of Earth-based heroic traditions with cosmic law enforcement protocols had created hybrid approaches that incorporated the best elements of both planetary and universal perspectives, while avoiding the limitations and blind spots that characterized either approach when pursued, in isolation from alternative methodologies and complementary insights. The Justice League's influence on Green Lantern operations had demonstrated how cooperation between cosmic and terrestrial authorities could enhance the effectiveness of both, while also providing mutual support and backup capabilities that strengthened overall security and response capacity. The technological innovations that emerged from human participation in Green Lantern service reflected the species' particular aptitude for improvisation and creative problem-solving under pressure, leading to developments in ring programming and construct formation that enhance standard capabilities, while also providing alternative approaches for situations where conventional methods might prove inadequate or inappropriate. The integration of human technology concepts with cosmic energy manipulation had produced hybrid techniques that exceeded the capabilities of either approach when employed independently. The cultural impact of human Green Lanterns on the Corps' institutional identity had been equally significant, as their approach to relationships and community building had influenced how the organization understood its role, not merely as cosmic police force, but as fellowship of heroes whose mutual support and shared commitment could serve as models for the kind of cooperation and understanding that universal civilization would require for continued development and growth, rather than stagnation or decline into conflict and fragmentation. The diversity that characterized the modern Green Lantern Corps extended far beyond the simple inclusion of multiple human members to encompass beings whose consciousness had evolved along paths that challenged traditional assumptions about intelligence, identity, and the proper forms that heroic service could take throughout the cosmos. The recruitment of artificial intelligences, energy beings, collective consciousness entities, and other non-standard forms of awareness had expanded the Corps' understanding of what it meant to be conscious, while also providing capabilities and perspectives that conventional biological consciousness could not replicate or achieve through normal development and training. The training programs that were developed to accommodate this diversity of consciousness types required fundamental rethinking of educational methodology and institutional structure, as approaches that had been effective for carbon-based humanoid species proved inadequate or inappropriate for beings whose psychology and development operated according to entirely different principles and patterns. The success of these adapted programs demonstrated the possibility of creating inclusive institutions that could serve universal purposes while respecting and accommodating the vast diversity of forms that consciousness could take throughout the cosmos. The operational flexibility that resulted from this expanded diversity enabled the Green Lantern Corps to address challenges and situations that had previously been beyond their capabilities or understanding, as the various forms of consciousness represented within their ranks provided specialized knowledge and unique approaches that could be applied to problems that conventional methods had proven inadequate to resolve. The Corps became not merely more inclusive, but also more effective as its diversity enabled more sophisticated and nuanced responses to the complex challenges that characterized cosmic civilization in the post-spectrum warfare era. The philosophical synthesis that emerged from this period of expansion and evolution incorporated insights from across the spectrum of conscious experience, while maintaining the fundamental commitment to justice and protection of the bronze innocent that had defined Green Lantern service since its founding. The recognition that consciousness could take countless forms while still serving universal principles provided new frameworks for understanding cosmic civilization and the role of heroic service within the ongoing development and protection of awareness throughout the universe. The research into consciousness and identity that was conducted during this period of core expansion revealed previously unknown aspects of awareness and intelligence that had implications extending far beyond immediate practical applications for cosmic law enforcement to encompass broader questions about the nature of existence itself and the fundamental patterns that govern the development and evolution of sentient beings throughout the cosmos. The discoveries made through this research suggested that consciousness was far more diverse and adaptable than had previously been understood, while also revealing common elements and universal principles that connected all forms of awareness regardless of their specific biological or technological origins. The cosmic threats that emerged to challenge the evolved Green Lantern Corps reflected the universe's continued capacity for generating challenges that tested the limits of heroic capability and moral understanding, while also providing opportunities for further growth and development of consciousness and institutional effectiveness. The enemies that arose during this period were often more sophisticated and adaptable than previous generations of cosmic adversaries, requiring responses that incorporated all the diversity and innovation that the Corps had developed, while also maintaining the unity and coordination necessary for effective collective action on cosmic scales. The victories achieved by the diverse Green Lantern Corps against these evolved threats demonstrated not only the practical benefits of inclusion and innovation, but also the fundamental truth that consciousness was strongest when it embraced rather than suppressed its own diversity. When different approaches and perspectives were allowed to complement and enhance each other, rather than being forced into artificial uniformity or false consensus that might eliminate valuable contributions and alternative insights that could prove essential for addressing unprecedented challenges and unknown threats. The relationship between the modern Green Lantern Corps and other cosmic institutions and organizations reflected the lessons learned about cooperation and mutual respect that had been developed through experience with spectrum warfare, and the recognition that effective cosmic civilization required not competition between different approaches to universal service, but rather coordination and collaboration that could maximize the benefits of diversity while minimizing the conflicts and inefficiencies that had previously characterized relationships between organizations with different methodologies and philosophical orientations, the scientific and technological advances that emerged from the core evolution during this period included not only improvements in ring technology and energy manipulation techniques, but also developments in consciousness studies and identity research that had applications extending throughout cosmic civilization and beyond immediate concerns of law enforcement to encompass broader questions about the nature of awareness and the possibilities for continued evolution and development of consciousness throughout the law universe. The educational systems that were developed to support the diverse core reflected sophisticated understanding of learning and development that acknowledged the vast differences in how various forms of consciousness acquired knowledge and skills, while also identifying common elements and universal principles that could serve as foundations for shared understanding and effective cooperation, despite the enormous variety of backgrounds and approaches that characterized the modern organization. The legacy that the diverse Green Lantern Corps began to establish during this period of evolution and expansion would eventually encompass not only their immediate contributions to cosmic justice and universal law enforcement, but also their role in demonstrating how consciousness could transcend its apparent limitations and conflicts through conscious choice to embrace diversity and cooperation, rather than insisting upon uniformity and dominance as prerequisites for effective action and meaningful achievement in service of principles that benefited all sentient beings throughout the Quadings. Infinite cosmos. The institutional wisdom that accumulated through this period of growth and development provided foundations for approaches to cosmic civilization that were more sophisticated and sustainable than anything that had been achieved during previous eras, incorporating understanding of consciousness, emotion, diversity, and cooperation that had been developed through direct experience with both catastrophic failure and remarkable success in addressing challenges that had tested every aspect of heroic capability and moral understanding. The hope that characterized the modern Green Lantern Corps was based not on naive optimism or unrealistic expectations about the elimination of conflict and challenge from cosmic existence, but rather on hard-won knowledge that consciousness possessed the capacity for continued growth and development when it was provided with appropriate support and guidance, when diversity was embraced as strength rather than feared as weakness, and when the inevitable conflicts and disagreements that arose from different approaches and perspectives were addressed through dialogue and compromise rather than dominance and suppression. The green light that shone from the modern Oa carried within it not only the accumulated will and determination of countless heroic beings, but also the evolved wisdom that had been developed through cycles of destruction and renewal, failure and recovery that had taught cosmic consciousness the fundamental lesson that heroism was not about perfection or the absence of limitation, but rather about the conscious choice to serve something greater than oneself, despite personal challenges and individual circumstances that might otherwise have prevented such service from being attempted or sustained over the vast scales of time and responsibility that cosmic duty inevitably required. The universe that was protected by this evolved Green Lantern Corps was itself more complex and challenging than anything that had existed during previous cosmic cycles, yet it was also richer in potential and possibility for continued development and growth because consciousness had learned through experience how to embrace its own diversity while maintaining the unity of purpose necessary for effective action in service of principles that transcended individual interest and species-specific concerns to encompass the welfare and continued evolution of awareness throughout all possible forms and configurations that the infinite cosmos might enable or support. And so we reach the end of our cosmic journey through the Emerald Chronicles. Having traced the infinite path of will and light from its first spark on ancient Oa to its evolution into something far greater and more beautiful than its creators ever dared imagine. In these tales of triumph and tragedy, of fall and redemption, of individual courage transformed into universal fellowship, we have witnessed the eternal truth that consciousness, in all its myriad forms and endless diversity, possesses the capacity to transcend its limitations through the simple yet profound choice to serve something greater than itself. The Green Lantern Corps endures not because it is perfect or immune to failure, but because the principles it embodies, the commitment to justice and protection of the innocent that burns within every ring-bearer's heart, represents the highest aspiration of consciousness throughout the cosmos. Somewhere in the vast reaches of space, the green light continues to shine against the darkness, carried by beings who have chosen to stand guard over sleeping worlds and dreaming civilizations, ensuring that hope persists, even in the deepest night. Rest now, guardian of distant stars, knowing that in the infinite cosmos there are always those who keep the eternal vigil, whose will burns bright with emerald fire, protecting the peaceful dreams of countless beings who sleep safely beneath the gentle glow of their cosmic protectors. The oath continues, the light endures, and consciousness itself grows stronger through the courage of those who dare to hope.